Hello, 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 hello. How is it going this Friday? Oh my goodness. What a day, what a day, what a day, what a day. Please come on in. Please come in hitting the like button. I would greatly appreciate it. Most definitely come in hitting the like button, please. Whoo! Things that there's been a shift in the atmosphere. Senate erupts. Over Biden. They trying to shift the blame. They trying to get the eyes off of this Epstein stuff. Trump, FBI director, he mad. He talking about quitting. Candace, what you gotta say? Candace on. I normally don't listen to you. What you saying? Let's see what you talking about. Wasn't you all up in Trump's?
Yes, obviously, the entire world knows that Jeffrey Epstein was their asset. He was working for them, obviously, okay?
So recently, Candace Owens had a podcast about Jeffrey Epstein and his background, the truth about it, why it's so hidden, and why no one wants to cover it, and who he was actually working for. So let's get Candace's take on this. Please like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Who was his best friend for 15 years?
So you can truly appreciate how absurd this story is. First and foremost, and this is my favorite part of the Jeffrey Epstein story, is that he is a man who became a billionaire. And the strangest part about his billionaire status is that nobody knows how he became a billionaire. Yeah, they can't tell us that. That's my favorite part of the whole thing, is just like Chris, my editor, mentioned earlier, you don't pay 8 cents of tax money. And they'll be like, right here, my friends. You shorted the government 8 cents. But Jeffrey Epstein, we don't know where he got his billions of dollars. The real story actually begins with a man named Donald Barr. Okay, Donald Barr. And if you're listening to that right now and thinking, Candace, that surname sounds strangely familiar to you, well, it is because he is, in fact, Bill Barr's father. Bill Barr, who worked for the CIA and then became the U.S. Attorney General.
Hold on, let's start this over.
The part about his billionaire status is that nobody knows how he became a billionaire.
Oh, wow, hold on.
That's my favorite part.
And who he was actually working for. So let's get Candace's take
on
this.
Okay, she's finna go. She's going in a different direction. Let's go.
Slow everything down for you so you can truly appreciate how absurd this story is. First and foremost, and this is my favorite part of the Jeffrey Epstein story, is that he is a man who became a billionaire. And the strangest part about his billionaire status is that nobody knows how he became a billionaire. Yeah, they can't tell us that. That's my favorite part of the whole thing, is just like Chris, my editor, mentioned earlier, you don't pay 8 cents of tax money. And they'll be like, right here, my friends. You shorted the government 8 cents. But Jeffrey Epstein, we don't know where he got his billions of dollars. The real story actually begins with a man named Donald Barr. Okay, Donald Barr.
Donald
Barr. If you're listening to that right now and thinking, Candace, that surname sounds strangely familiar to you, well, it is because he is, in fact, Bill Barr's father. Bill Barr, who worked for the CIA and then became the U.S. Attorney General under George H.W. Bush, and then again under Donald Trump's first term. Yeah, that Bill Barr. His dad was Donald Barr.
Oh, wow.
And his dad was actually a pretty interesting character, I got to tell you, because he published this book in 1973, a science fiction book. I want to be clear, it's fiction. And it was entitled Space Relations. And this totally fiction book told the story about a planet that is ruled by oligarchs who engage in child sex slavery. Wow. That is really weird. Per Wikipedia, they write, quote, it has been noted that the plot of the novel anticipates the crimes of Epstein.
Say that again.
This totally fiction book told the story about a planet that is ruled by oligarchs who engage in child sex slavery. Wow, that is really weird. Per Wikipedia, they write, quote, "It has been noted that the plot of the novel anticipates the crimes of Epstein and his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell." And even more interesting, by the way, is that this planet that is engaging in this child sex trafficking
Wow.
is known as the KOSSARs. Let me spell that for you. KOSSAR. Not to be confused with KZARs. But I did decide to look into the word KOSSAR, KOSSAR, and it does, it actually is a surname from Eastern European Slavic area. But don't let you get caught up here, okay?
Yeah, this is interesting. I haven't actually heard this bar connection, so I'm interested to see what she says about that. But I will say about what she said originally that, no one knows how Epstein became a billionaire. That's absolutely true. It is known how he acquired large sums of his money, though, and large sums of his fortune, because he worked for Lex Wexner as a tax specialist. So this billionaire, for some reason, hires this guy essentially off the street. He didn't have a major Wall Street background. He apparently was in Wall Street for a while. He was actually a failed math teacher that got dismissed because it seems like he liked to hang out with the students. But he got dismissed from that, and then he was picked up by Les Wexner, of all people, rich billionaire, connections to the Israeli government, by the way, and he made his fortune by owning Victoria's Secret, and the parent company of Victoria's Secret also owned many other companies. He gave several hundred millions of dollars to Epstein, presumably because he helped him so much on his taxes in ways that, no one else could have helped him with. And this is just such a weird story and explains part of it, but we don't even have the full explanation for all of it.
Anyways, in this intergalactic plot, there is this group of people who are political extremists, and they are ruled by oligarchs, and they settle this colony in the middle of nowhere because they're political extremists, and they're actually, it says on Wikipedia, they are bored because they just have so much power, such absolute power. They never get in trouble for anything. They can do whatever they want, these KOSSARs, and they're bored with their power, and they have an ambassador that's helping them to be welcomed back into the wider empire, because the wider empire is actually not down with their slave-owning society. They don't allow them to kidnap human beings and to trade them. That's so strange, right? Very interesting story that Barr was. It's a totally fictional story that he was telling. Vice actually read the book by a journalist named Becky Ferreira, and she describes the novel as highly unsettling due to its depiction of rape of enslaved people, particularly teenage girls, and other coercive sex acts. The sex acts described are performed, quote, for the dual purposes of entertainment and controlled procreation. And she views the novel as sexualizing minors and fetishizing rape. That seems really weird. But Daddy Barr, wrote this book.
Well, interesting. I want to see how this connects to Epstein or Bill Barr, actually, and I'm sure she'll explain that. But, this is a fictional tale, but there are seemingly a lot of things that are reminiscent from what we've experienced the last few years with the Epstein story, isn't there? And that's only come to light even more in recent days when the Trump administration, when the DOJ and FBI released that memo saying that, one, there's no evidence that a client list exists, despite the fact that Pam Bondi's on film saying that it was on her desk just months ago, and that there's no evidence that he killed himself, of course.
I gotta tell you something else about him. It's quite interesting, because it does end up being a lot of what Jeffrey Epstein was accused of and was taking place, was actually doing. At the time that his book was published, even more interestingly, Donnie Barr was the headmaster of a school. Wow, could you imagine sending your kid to this school? And then this guy publishes this book about child sex exploitation. Anyways, he was the headmaster of a school called the Dalton School in New York. And while he was the headmaster, a young Jeffrey Epstein was selected to become a math teacher at this school. Jeffrey Epstein, by the way, was just 21 at the time. Donnie Barr is the headmaster, Jeffrey Epstein becomes a math teacher, and I gotta tell you why that's weird. First and foremost, because Jeffrey Epstein only had a high school degree. He didn't have any teaching certifications. He had dropped out of this mathematics program at NYU. Yet under Donald Barr's stewardship, while he's writing this book on the side, Jeffrey Epstein is plucked from obscurity to teach at one of the most prestigious schools in Manhattan. So prestigious, by the way, that today, okay, tuition is $65,000 per year. By the way, I should tell you, Barr himself was a bit controversial. He actually made several unconventional hires at this school during his tenure, and soon after Jeffrey was hired as a teacher, he had to resign amid some controversy.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I actually have a background in education. My degree is in education. I've never officially worked in that capacity, but I can tell you, at least today, I can't speak to back then, it's highly restrictive about licensing, about acquiring a teacher's license in almost every state, and that being like the bare minimum prerequisite to becoming a teacher. So yeah, that's unconventional. A lot of unconventional things happened the rest of his life that don't really explain how he made such a fortune, but I'm glad she's covering this too.
I'm not going to get down that rabbit hole for you, but yeah, he's an interesting character. And you are probably not going to be shocked, but while Epstein was there as a teacher, he was inappropriate with the young female students. He attended parties with them. We'll talk about this in the future. Anyways, this unqualified, or at least underqualified, creepy Epstein, who only had a high school diploma, then magically gets a job in finance. Again, zero qualifications. He just somehow became friends with the CEO of Bear Stearns. So in 1976, he joins this firm as a low-level junior assistant to a trader, because again, he doesn't have any qualifications, so he's just assisting, not even the executive assistant, the junior assistant to a trader. But magically, you guys, you're not going to believe me, just 4 years later, that junior assistant, Jeffrey Epstein, became a partner of the firm. I kid you not. He was made a partner of the firm at the age of 27 with zero financial background. It's giving Emmanuel Macron. It's giving like someone more powerful is just kind of pulling me up through the ranks, and I'm allowed to do that for whatever reason. I don't know. That's just I'm getting a vibe here.
Yeah, absolutely. In three distinct circumstances, not only being plucked out of obscurity to be a teacher, and now to be part of this hedge fund that he was part of on Wall Street as a junior trader without certifications. I don't know what existed back then, but Sigma 7 certifications are necessary for financial advisors for the most part, and there's other certifications that are required for that. Again, different time. And then later, he's plucked up out of obscurity by Les Wexner. I can never say the name, Les Wexner, out of obscurity to do his taxes, and then that's why he got hundreds of millions of dollars. None of this makes sense unless there was some connection to intelligence services. The paper trail does not comport to reality in terms of how these things work. There's no explanation really for this happening outside of, what they call conspiracy theorists and what they say.
Just sounds very familiar to me. Anyways, just 1 year later, he actually had to leave that firm, even though he just made partner, because he was found guilty of an SEC violation. So partook in a little bit of fraud, very quickly had to resign. But it's all good, because then he just started his own consulting firm, because obviously he's super qualified to do that, to start consulting for billionaires and governments, because that's what he did. He establishes like Epstein & Co. at the age of 28, and he begins consulting for governments and extremely wealthy clients. Some of those clients, by the way, who have embezzled funds from people. I'll give you just one example. This guy, Stephen Hoffenberg, hired Epstein in 1987 as a consultant for his Towers Financial Corporation. And while Jeffrey Epstein was consulting for Towers Financial Corporation, they happened to take part in the largest Ponzi scheme ever recorded until Bernie Madoff came some years later. Oh, darn. Once again, Epstein's just caught up in a little bit of fraud.
I don't know if that's the largest Ponzi scheme that's ever existed, because something called Social Security exists, by the way. But still, the point's well made.
That didn't give the other millionaires and billionaires any pause to continue working with him. No, they just kept hiring this guy. And his most significant consulting relationship began with Leslie Wexner. Now, if that name sounds familiar to you,
here we go.
It has been alleged that Epstein made millions because he was managing Leslie Wexner's affairs, millions, far cry from billions, but Leslie, you might recognize because he is the owner of many retail stores, Abercrombie & Fitch, Victoria's Secret, I think is probably the one that he's most known for, Lane Bryant, just the L role. Leslie, for whatever reason, just felt that Jeffrey Epstein should just be given control of everything. Power of attorney, make hiring decisions, firing decisions. He really empowered this Jeffrey Epstein. And for whatever reason, Epstein was empowered. When executives at the company would come forward and say, hey, this Jeffrey Epstein is kind of a creep. He's posing as a recruiter for Victoria's Secret models. And he's getting access to these women. That was completely ignored. Of course, we know what happens next. Epstein, or during this time frame, he is throwing parties for the elite of the elites. Everyone who wasn't anybody is obviously at a Jeffrey Epstein party. He is the guy to know. His sidekick there, Ghislaine Maxwell, we'll discuss her briefly in a bit. Fast forward to 2006, bad year for our boy Epstein. Bad year. In early 2006, Epstein was actually charged in Florida with multiple counts of molestation and unlawful sexual activity with a minor.
And he got off on a plea bargain by Alexander Acosta, who actually admitted that, hey, I was just taking it easy on him because I heard he was connected to intelligence. And that's a particularly damning statement that very few people bring up now. But yeah, Epstein had this rise to fame and notoriety that you couldn't make up in the most obscure novel you would ever write. The craziest movie, the most elaborate tale you could ever draw up isn't even, crazy enough to support what actually happened to this guy in real life. And that's why so many people have so many questions about Epstein's past, and I'm really glad that Candace is exploring it here because, a lot of the things we talk about related to Epstein come much later, but let's see what her take is on 2006 and how this all played out. It was treacherous for the victims that he was a criminal and affected their lives. They never will receive justice in the way that they should because of the government cover-up of this. But 2006 was a horrific year in all of it.
Clear, the FBI was able to confirm 34 minors. They were able to confirm their stories.
34 minors.
That they had been abused by him. That number was then increased to 40 by the time he signed this really interesting plea deal. Okay? Now, to just let you know what he was up to, the details from the investigation included allegations.
This is so not good.
Triplets were flown in from France, interesting place, for Epstein's birthday, and then flown back.
This is so not good. And I can't emphasize enough, it would be in Donald Trump's best interest not to be concerned about pardoning P. Diddy, Pimp Diddy, partners with Epstein Diddy, partners with Trump Diddy, freak-offs, get-together, sexual orgies, none of that. None of that. He needs to stay far away from it because people kept saying, well, I thought P. Diddy had some allegations with kids. Yeah, he do. Yep, he do. So now I'm hearing about these kids and that lady, that poor lady, bless her heart. They say that she unalived herself, but they say Epstein did too. But as soon as one of those reporters at that conference asked about the missing minutes, President Trump popped up in there and got real shit-faced and, started moving the goalposts, gaslighting it. I cannot believe that you're asking about this at this time. What about Texas? What about Texas? You ain't said nothing about Texas before. But let's keep listening.
I actually have a background in education. My degree is in education. I've never officially worked in that capacity, but I can tell you, at least today, I can't speak to back then, it's highly restrictive about licensing, about acquiring a teacher's license in almost every state, and that being like the bare minimum prerequisite to becoming a teacher. So Yeah, that's unconventional. A lot of unconventional things happen the rest of his life that don't really explain how he made such a fortune, but I'm glad she's covering this too.
Me too.
I'm not going to get down that rabbit hole for you, but yeah, he's an interesting character. And you are probably not going to be shocked, but while Epstein was there as a teacher, he was inappropriate with the young female students. He
Wow.
attended parties with them. We'll talk about this in the future. Anyways, this unqualified, or at least underqualified, creepy Epstein, who only had a high school diploma, then magically gets a job in finance. Again, 0 qualifications. He just somehow became friends with the CEO of Bear Stearns. So in 1976, he joins this firm as a low-level junior assistant to a trader. Because again, he doesn't have any qualifications, so he's just assisting, not even the executive assistant, the junior assistant to a trader.
Entry level.
But magically, you guys, you're not going to believe me, just 4 years later, that junior assistant, Jeffrey Epstein, became a partner of the firm.
Wow.
I kid you not. He was made a partner of the firm at the age of 27 with 0 financial background. It's giving Emmanuel Macron. It's giving like someone more powerful is just kind of pulling me up through the ranks, and I'm allowed to do that for whatever reason. I don't know. That's just I'm getting a vibe here.
Yeah, absolutely. In 3 distinct circumstances, not only being plucked out of obscurity to be a teacher, and now to be part of this hedge fund that he was part of on Wall Street as a junior trader without certifications. I don't know what existed back then, but Sigma 7 certifications are necessary for financial advisors for the most part, and there's other certifications that are required for that. Again, different time. And then later, he's plucked up out of obscurity by Les Wexner. I can never say the name. Les Wexner. Out of obscurity to do his taxes, and then that's why he got hundreds of millions of dollars. None of this makes sense unless there was some connection to intelligence services. The paper trail does not comport to reality in terms of how these things work. There's no explanation really for this happening outside of, what they call conspiracy theorists and what they say.
It just sounds very familiar to me. Anyways, just 1 year later, he actually had to leave that firm, even though he just made partner, because he was found guilty of an SEC violation. So partook in a little bit of fraud, very quickly had to resign. But it's all good, because then he just started his own consulting firm, because obviously he's super qualified to do that, to start consulting for billionaires and governments, because that's what he did. He establishes like Epstein & Co. at the age of 28, and he begins consulting for governments and extremely wealthy clients. Some of those clients, by the way, who have embezzled funds from people. I'll give you just one example. This guy, Stephen Hoffenberg, hired Epstein in 1987 as a consultant for his Towers Financial Corporation. And while Jeffrey Epstein was consulting for Towers Financial Corporation, they happened to take part in the largest Ponzi scheme ever recorded until Bernie Madoff came some years later. Oh, darn. Once again, Epstein's just caught up in a little bit of fraud.
I don't know if that's the largest Ponzi scheme that's ever existed, because something called Social Security exists, by the way. But still, the point's well made.
That didn't give the other elites, the other millionaires and billionaires, any pause to continue working with him. No, they just kept hiring this guy. And his most significant consulting relationship began with Leslie Wexner. Now, if that name sounds familiar to you,
here we go.
It has been alleged that Epstein made millions because he was managing Leslie Wexner's affairs, millions. Far cry from billions, but Leslie, you might recognize Wexner because he is the owner of many retail stores. Abercrombie & Fitch, Victoria's Secret, I think is probably the one that he's most known for. Lane Bryant, just the L brands in general. Leslie, for whatever reason, just felt that Jeffrey Epstein should just be given control of everything. Power of attorney, make hiring decisions, firing decisions. He really empowered this Jeffrey Epstein. And for whatever reason, while Epstein was empowered, when executives at the company would come forward and say, hey, this Jeffrey Epstein is kind of a creep. He's posing as a recruiter for Victoria's Secret models. And he's getting access to these women. That was completely ignored. course, we know what happens next. Epstein, or during this time frame, he is throwing parties for the elite of the elites. Everyone who wasn't anybody is obviously at a Jeffrey Epstein party. He is the guy to know. His sidekick there, Ghislaine Maxwell. We'll discuss her briefly in a bit. Fast forward to 2006, bad year for our boy Epstein. Bad year. In early 2006, Epstein was actually charged in Florida with multiple counts of molestation and unlawful sexual activity with a minor.
And he got off on a plea bargain by Alexander Acosta, who actually admitted that, hey, I was just taking it easy on him because I heard he was connected to intelligence.
Oh, wow.
And that's a particularly damning statement that very few people bring up now. But yeah, Epstein had this rise to fame and notoriety that you couldn't make up in the most obscure novel you would ever write, the craziest movie, the most elaborate tale you could ever draw up isn't even, crazy enough to support what actually happened to this guy in real life. And that's why so many people have so many questions about Epstein's past, and I'm really glad that Candace is exploring it here because, a lot of the things we talk about related to Epstein come much later, but let's see what her take is on 2006 and how this all played out. It was treacherous for the victims that he was a criminal and affected their lives. They never will receive justice in the way that they should because of the government cover-up of this. But 2006 was a horrific year in all of it.
Clear, the FBI was able to confirm 34 minors. They were able to confirm their stories had been corroborated, that they had been abused by him. That number was then increased to 40 by the time he signed this really interesting plea deal, okay? And to just let you know what he was up to, the details from the investigation included allegations that 12-year-old triplets were flown in from France, interesting place, for Epstein's birthday, and then flown back following the day after they had been sexually abused by him.
Yeah, it's just so sick and twisted. It's hard for me to even continue watching this. My stomach's just churning at the monstrosity that this guy was and the sex ring that he conducted. And for the government to just conceal this under a rug, to pretend like there's no victims, like they don't know who he trafficked to, despite the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell is behind bars for 20 years with apparently no evidence to convict her because they won't release anything related to the victims.
Because they say there's no list, right?
It's absurd on the deepest levels, and I just had to pause and say that. It's just, it's sickening in so many ways.
It was alleged that the young girls were being recruited from Brazil, from South American countries, from former Soviet countries, Europe, and that a certain Jean-Luc Brunel, who ran the modeling agency, which was funded by Epstein, known as MC2, was supplying these young girls to Epstein. Now, Jean-Luc Brunel, again, we're not going to get sidetracked here, he's a French guy. A lot of things that are just going to cross with the Epstein and the French and everything we've uncovered about Emmanuel Macron. But we can't speak to Jean-Luc today because you're not going to believe this, guys. Jean-Luc got arrested, and when he was in a cell, he committed suicide by hanging himself. Yeah, so that's another dead end. He committed suicide, sadly.
Jean-Luc Brunel didn't kill himself. In this story, there's so many of those moments. There's Epstein himself, and there's Virginia Giuffre, just a few months ago, committed suicide and killed herself, right? That's the narrative, but there's too many oddities in this to make sense of it. It's just too crazy.
Anyways, oddly, Jeffrey Epstein, despite everything, all of his guilt, he was delivered this amazing deal. Caught red-handed, and yet Alexander Acosta, who was then the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, handed him a very light sentence, and the deal was incredible, okay? First and foremost, the deal granted immunity to any of his potential co-conspirators. So it's like they're investigating the feds, they're like, okay, this guy's got something to do, these people, everyone's involved. We're just going to go ahead and grant immunity to those people. The prosecutors also agreed that they would keep the deal that they made with Jeffrey Epstein a secret from his victims.
A secret.
So that the victims could not challenge it in court. So they just get a phone call and found out, but Jeffrey Epstein, we already dealt with that. He
Yeah, and they sure did grant immunity to everyone else involved in this sex ring, especially recently. That mantra and that precedent has held tightly throughout both the Biden and the Trump administrations, too, as we just learned from that DOJ and FBI memo. It's just crazy how this whole thing was treated. It's an obvious cover-up on so many levels, and you know why it's a cover-up? Because it reaches into the highest levels of our government, and probably foreign governments, and probably a foreign government in the Middle East that Epstein had two very strong associations with, actually three. Ehud Barak was a good friend of his, former Prime Minister of Israel. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, a Mossad agent, a known Mossad agent. Les Wexner, associations with the Israeli government as well. That's what we're dealing with here. This is not, just some kind of whimsical, shoot from the hip mentality that we have in these associations. Occam's razor tells us what the most likely scenario was, and it was that he was an intelligence asset, blackmailing prominent politicians, because there's no more power that you can have over politicians than to have that kind of material on them to bend them to your will. That's what we actually really saw.
He actually signed what's known as a non-prosecution agreement with federal prosecutors. So in the end, he pled guilty to just one count of solicitation of prostitution and one count of procurement of minors for prostitution. And what they gave him was a sentence of 13 months in county jail. And I want to be clear that when he got sentenced this, he was allowed to leave to work at his office and to go for walks. In fact, this part is actually so incredible that I want to read this straight from the Wikipedia page, because I can't even do it justice. Now, Wikipedia is just pulling, you can go and fact check these. This is from like the Washington Post, other sources, but it reads, while most convicted sex offenders in Florida are sent to state prison, Epstein was instead housed in a private wing of the Palm Beach County Stockade. That's the sheriff's office, just so you guys are clear. He was just housed in a private wing of the sheriff's office. And according to the sheriff's office, was for 3.5 months allowed to leave the jail on work release for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. So for 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, Jeffrey Epstein was allowed to leave. Now, when he was actually in his private cell, the door was open. Epstein's cell door was left unlocked, and he had access to the attorney room, where a television was installed for him. I want to make that clear. So he is not only allowed to leave his room whenever he wants, allowed to leave the sheriff's office for 12 hours a day, including one day of the weekend, because it's 6 days a week. They also went through an effort to install a television for him in the attorney's room. Not even the attorneys got that, but they installed one for him.
They literally rolled out the red carpet for this villain after sexual offenses, after absurdly disgusting sexual offenses. Everything about this story doesn't make sense except for if there's a grand cover-up. And this is just another element, how he was handled after his conviction, after the plea bargain from Acosta. Just think of this. He was treated so differently than virtually any other criminal that ever existed, especially under these kind of charges. It's just insurmountable to not conclude that there's a cover-up here. And that cover-up stretches far and wide. It stretches throughout both political parties, all people of prominence that were involved with this. And we'll never get the answers that we deserve, and the victims deserve. Because the victims are being effectively forgotten. Not only forgotten, but essentially spat upon in all this.
Okay, great. That's before they moved him into their previously unstaffed infirmary. Now, the sheriff's office, if you're wondering what they got, Jeffrey Epstein, right before he turned himself over, he established this not-for-profit. And from that not-for-profit, while he was in jail, he paid the sheriff's office $128,000. And that was for extra service that they had provided him during his work release. And what extra services did they provide Jeffrey Epstein during his work release? Well, he wanted to make sure that his office, his off-campus office, was monitored by permit deputies and that their overtime was paid for by Epstein. And he made sure that those deputies that were coming with him to work wore suits and that they checked in his guests at his front desk. So So the sheriffs, while he was going to work, came with him. He paid them for overtime. He wanted them to wear suits, and they were responsible for checking in his guests. This is while he's in jail, serving his sentence, okay? Now,
Yeah, he's treated like he's running the whole establishment. This is like Andy Dufresne, but with the power of the warden in Shawshank Redemption. But
Wow.
he's the one calling the shots here, despite the fact that he's convicted. He's basically being treated like royalty in this place, in this private wing with the television and with guests that he's operating. It's just too insane. There's so many angles of this story that are so unbelievable that no one could possibly believe it. Again, if this was a movie, no one would believe this.
later, the sheriff's office would say that the guest logs were destroyed. So we don't know who they were checking in for anyways. Epstein served almost 13 months, if we're calling that serving, before he was released in 2009 for a year of probation on house arrest. Now, I want to be clear, house arrest for Jeffrey Epstein looked a little different, okay? While on probation, he was allowed to go on numerous trips because he doesn't have just one house, you guys.
Excuse me.
So he was allowed to take his corporate jet to his residences in Manhattan, in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He was also, because you can imagine he didn't get a lot of exercise in his houses, he was allowed to go on long shopping trips and walks all
While he was
around
on house
Palm
arrest.
Beach for quote-unquote exercise. Actually, I actually do think he probably had a gym in all these houses, but the point is he wanted fresh air exercise, so he needed these long walks throughout Palm Beach.
So
Wow.
how is this a punishment whatsoever? This seems indistinguishable from how he led the rest of his life. He can go anywhere he wants, go to whichever resident he wants, abuse whoever he wants to abuse, because the abuse continued, as we know after this. He can just walk out on the street, go to any residence. Again, he was treated like no one else in this situation would have been treated. And I think there's reasons for it. I think, again, Occam's razor shows that he was connected to intelligence. And that's what Acosta said at one point. Again, that's been kind of obfuscated, that's been kind of ignored, swept under the rug, kind of spun in so many different ways. But that is the most likely tale here. That's the most likely lesson here. And that is why probably the Trump administration and the Biden administration have done everything they can to bury everything there is about this story.
Epstein was also allowed to use his own driver to drive him between jail and his office and other appointments. Now, you're probably thinking around now, why on earth would Alex Acosta agree to that? What's he doing? Why would you allow this man, guilty as sin, to essentially just run a sheriff's office for a few
Guilty
months
as
and then do whatever
sin.
he wants thereafter? Well, Alex Acosta faced a lot of pressure when Trump nominated him for Secretary of Labor. And he told reporters years later that it wasn't in his control. He said, quote, "I was told that Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. And that Epstein was above my pay grade."
Yeah.
Excuse me. Above the pay grade? The Attorney General of the Southern District, Florida? Who exactly is paying Epstein? What colony of COSARs, what are we calling them, could be so powerful, almost bored with their power, if we're going back to this space book, bored with their power, that they would allow this to take place and have confidence, know fully well that even if they get caught, who cares? I mean, you'd have to be so powerful and so politically extremist, like that book suggests, that you could, like, I don't know, sink the USS Liberty, maybe shoot a sitting president in broad daylight while you're at it, and still have politicians referring to you as friends and allies. Anyways, let's not get lost here. There are some more interesting facts about Jeffrey Epstein. One, he had a working fake passport. That's incredible. He had an Austrian passport with a totally fake name that placed his residence in Saudi Arabia, and it worked. So yeah, he was a Fed. Obviously, he was very high up in the deep state, and he used this passport to enter countries throughout the 1980s when he was very young, the 1980s, guys.
Yeah, there's so many angles to this. He was certainly connected to some governmental agency, whether or not it was the CIA or Mossad. One of them. I think the most likely answer is Mossad, given his connections, given what Acosta said about this. and given who he hung out with, Ehud Barak, on many occasions. Ehud Barak was one of his most frequent visitors when he hung out with prominent people. Les Wexner, obviously, and Robert Maxwell, we know that there are connections that exist. He was involved to some extent.
Including the United Kingdom, Spain, Saudi Arabia. He also had a very compelling interest in artwork, okay? And you've probably seen this. He had this artwork of Bill Clinton in Monica Lewinsky's dress above his desk. And that's interesting in general, because I don't know if you know this, but President Clinton was blackmailed. He was blackmailed by Israel because they wanted to get this deal done with the Palestinian Authority, and also were pressuring him to release one of their assets, Jonathan Pollard. Now, Jonathan Pollard, to give you a background here, was another agent of Israel. He was actually a CIA analyst who was found guilty and went to prison for 30 years for spying on behalf of Israel. So he worked for the U.S. government, but he was spying on behalf of Israel. Anyways, this is according to the Times of Israel. Let's take a look at what happened. Netanyahu said to have offered Lewinsky tapes for Pollard. Okay.
Yeah, this is the most crazy angle about the whole thing, and Ian Carroll has talked a little bit about this too. But Pollard was actually convicted of spying for Israel within the CIA, and he eventually, his handler was pardoned by Trump, I believe on the last day of Trump's first presidency. I think it was January 20th of 2021. He pardoned Sellers, the handler of Pollard, for spying on behalf of Israel. But this angle is crazy too.
Read in this article that Israel attempted to use tapes of the former U.S. President Bill Clinton's steamy conversations with intern Monica Lewinsky to leverage the release of Jonathan Pollard. That's at least what the book regarding the Clinton family was claiming. The book is entitled Clinton Inc., and the subtitle is The Audacious Rebuilding of a Political Machine. And the author, Daniel Halper, relies on the-record interviews with former officials, together with a close analysis of documents that were termed the quote-unquote Monica Files, and it tells the story of one of the most prominent political families in the United States, being the Clintons. According to the author, the documents indicate that during the Y plantation talks, so these were plantation talks like it was held on the Y plantation in Maryland, okay, between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. And Bill Clinton was in the middle of this, because, you know, there's always drama happening there, in 1998,
Yep.
And Netanyahu wasn't getting what he wanted. So Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, our dear friend and ally, pulled Bill Clinton aside, and he presses, first and foremost, for the release of Jonathan Pollard. This is directly from the Times of Israel article. I'm going to read this quote. The Israelis present at Y River had a new tactic for their negotiations. They'd overheard Clinton and Monica, and they had it on tape. Not wanting to directly threaten the powerful American president, a crucial Israeli ally, Clinton was told that the Israeli government had thrown the tapes away. But the very mention of them was enough to constitute a form of blackmail, Halper wrote, adding that, quote, according to information provided by a CIA source, a stricken Clinton appeared to buckle.
Indeed, and Netanyahu had reason to dislike Clinton because he had embraced what was called the clean break strategy, this mentality that they should actually get involved in wars, regional wars within the Middle East, rather than to subscribe to what was known as the Oslo Accords, an agreement to maintain peaceable relations with neighboring countries that they hadn't before, including Egypt, which has mostly been peaceable, their relationship with Egypt, since the 1970s. But that was a break. The clean break had decided to make war with these countries, overthrow them. We don't have to make peace with them anymore. And guess who we're going to get to enlist to help us with that? The United States. So what they did was embrace the clean break strategy, but here's Bill Clinton in the 1990s essentially promoting a dual state solution, a two-state solution that would include a Palestinian state. Now that seems like an extremist position now, but that was the position of several U.S. presidents, actually, at the time. And now if you bring that up, you know, you're just a Hamas sympathizer, right, if you have that idea. But back then, that was not good enough for Netanyahu, who wanted to eliminate the Palestinians, who wanted to eliminate the possibility of a Palestinian state. And all of his policies since then have followed from that dictum, the clean break strategy. So, Bill Clinton was a thorn in his side to some extent.
Our friend and ally is at it again, you guys. Yep, they're at it again. Hey, just want to let you know, I have tapes of you with Monica Lewinsky, but I'm going to throw them away. I'm going to throw them away. Oh, I don't know. Why do you have tapes of what took place in the White House? What's going on?
How did you get them?
No, we shouldn't ask questions. We should never just ask questions. Anyways, yes, obviously, the entire world knows that Jeffrey Epstein was their asset. He was working for them, obviously, okay? From Ghislaine Maxwell and her father's involvement with the Mossad and who attended his funeral. Leslie Wexner, look up everything that he donates to. I mean, he's essentially...
Examinations and analyses I've seen on Jeffrey Epstein's life and his background and kind of his rise to power and his fame and all the absurd things that happen in the lead up to 2019 that we don't get covered in other places, especially in regard to what Acosta said, his connections to various people that were not only Mossad agents but associated closely with the Israeli government, and we'll never get all the answers that we deserve. Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are Trump's part of it. I hate to say that. If you're a Trump supporter and support him for the release of the Epstein files, well, you're not getting it. And I'm not gloating. I really
side hoped it would. And now our colleagues, along with Christian Holmes, Tanner Rabinowitz, and Evan Perez, we're hearing that he's considering resigning after they had this heated confrontation with the Attorney General Pam Bondi over the handling of this earlier this week. And basically there was a meeting at the White House where the FBI Director, Kash Patel, was there, the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. They were questioned about whether they were part of a story, that there was basically some infighting over how this came out, and this memo that said we're not going to be releasing any more information related to Jeffrey Epstein. And I should note that we are told Bongino denied leaking any story to this outlet that it was reported on. That there has been a lot of fighting between Attorney General Pam Bondi specifically and the leadership over at the FBI over who's to blame in this situation. I think the context here is obviously Dan Bongino, Kash Patel. They came from this Maga world where they themselves had pushed a lot of questions about the so-called client list that Epstein had beforehand, and now the Maga base is just not pleased or satisfied with what they've said in this memo that came out unsigned from the Justice Department and the FBI on Sunday night. So what we are told is Dan Bongino did not show up to work today, that he is essentially not there out of protest. But whether or not he actually follows through on this still remains to be seen. We're still reporting that out. But it just speaks to the backlash that the White House is very much feeling and understanding after this memo came out, despite President Trump the other day in the cabinet room asking, who still cares about this? One thing we know is the MAGA base certainly does.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thanks so much for that. We'll check back with you as you learn more. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is also with us. And so, Evan, is it your understanding that if Bongino were to resign, it's as a result of the infighting, including with the AG, Pam Bondi, or is it mostly over the disappointment of these Epstein files either not existing or not being released?
Well, look, I think Fred, there's a larger issue here, and I think if you look at Dan Bongino, he was a very successful podcaster. He had a very big following online, certainly very financially successful with his podcast that was a very strong appeal inside MAGA world. And this job really hasn't been, I think, very much fun. And if you've seen him doing some of his interviews in right-leaning media and conservative media, he has said as much. He has said that this job is taking a toll on his life, on his personal life, with his family. He's having to essentially be separated from them while he's here in Washington doing this job. It's not nearly what he's used to back in the days, obviously. He is someone who came from law enforcement, so I think there's a bigger story here in terms of what Bongino is thinking. But I certainly think part of what Caitlin laid out just now is partly the story here, and that is that there is some daylight between top FBI officials and top Justice Department officials over the handling of this Epstein matter. You'll remember that back in February, the Attorney General Pam Bondi led this event at the White House where they brought in all these MAGA influencers, these conservative influencers on social media, and gave them, with great ceremony, these binders that were supposed to contain these Epstein files. Turns out, though, most of the files were actually out there for years. And so it was a great embarrassment, both to Bondi and to FBI officials who really didn't have much role in this. And so that's where some of this begins and where you see some of the distance. And so I'll point out one quick thing that on social media today, Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, has tried to respond to some of the pushback from Lara Loomer and some of the other, and he has basically tried to point out that Kash Patel and Don Bongino and the Justice Department leadership are all on the same page, that there is no daylight. If you look at the tweet, he says, the suggestion by anyone that there was any daylight between FBI and DOJ leadership on this memo's composition and release is patently false. Now, he's referring to the memo that went out this week where they said there's no there, we're not releasing anything else. It's very clear, Fred, that there is daylight between the FBI and the Justice Department over the handling of this. And so we'll see how this plays out in the coming days and weeks. We don't know whether Bongino is coming back to work next week. It appears he's taken the day off. He's down in Florida somewhere. And so we don't know whether he's going to be back to work next week. But we certainly know that this is not a story that is going to go away because, as Caitlin pointed out just now, certainly MAGA world is not done with this. They want more, and they want to see more from those documents that the FBI still has.
So they not
and
falling
it is
for
evident
it.
this is just the latest in what seems to be a litany of turmoil that we're seeing in recent days and weeks involving top leadership in this administration. All right, Evan Perez, thank you so much.
Ooh-wee, it's a lot going on. We got breaking news. Air India crash. Oh, okay, it's gone. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on.
We have some news breaking on the story we brought you at the top of the hour, the turmoil atop the FBI. Two sources familiar with the matter telling NBC News that Deputy Director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, may be leaving his job after a heated confrontation with Attorney General Pam Bondi over his frustration with how the Justice Department has handled the Jeffrey Epstein files. As we reported earlier, Bongino did not come to work today after a heated argument with Pam Bondi Wednesday. Joining us now is my colleague, NBC News White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. Also joining us, host of MSNBC's Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton's here as well. Vaughn, let me read from what you and our colleague Ken Delanian are reporting. Bongino did not report to work today amid speculation about his whereabouts, the sources said. It came after a heated confrontation Wednesday at a meeting with Pam Bondi and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, during which Bongino and FBI Director Kash Patel were asked about a news story suggesting they were dissatisfied with the decision not to release any additional Epstein files, the sources said. The meeting was first reported by Axios. Take me inside what the suspicion is that Patel and Bongino leaked. I mean, the irony of the polygraph story we started our broadcast with, and you're reporting just now, is that Bondi and Wiles seem frustrated that Bongino and Patel have gone public with their discontent.
And I think in large part it's because of the pressure that Kash Patel and Dan Bongino have placed upon themselves, Nicole. We have covered the litany of promises that those two men, upon taking their FBI posts, had made to the American population, that they were going to investigate and reveal everything about Jeffrey Epstein, about the January 6th committee and its investigation. They were going to investigate and reveal who the pipe bomber was. They were going to investigate the 2020 election. And yet we're 7 months in now, and they have come up with effectively nothing on those fronts here. And that is where I am told, along with our colleague Ken Delanian and Monica Alba, that these two men were frustrated by the feeling that they have been stifled by Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, to the extent that that is reality, and to the extent that the Attorney General is acting as a shield or actually putting some parameters around their work and their investigations and the basis into them,
Trump
I think
said, "Are
that
we
is the
still
question that
talking
each of
about
us
this?"
are going to have in our reporting here in the days ahead. But these two men, I'm told that Dan Bongino is considering resigning from his post. Kash Patel has not gone as far as to suggest that, but we'll be looking, I'm told, at how Dan Bongino responds to this. I'm told that both men meet with the Attorney General on a daily basis, and that they have not kept their displeasures hidden from her. I know that Pam Bondi was at the White House 1 week ago. They have
It's your
continued
fault,
the White
sir.
House to stand behind her as the Attorney General. At some point in time, though, this is going to come to a head, and it may be here in real time, Nicole.
I mean, Vaughn, let me just sift through some of this. I mean, they put pressure on themselves. What do you mean? I mean, these things are not facts. What kind of pressure do they put on themselves? What do you mean?
Dan Bongino, right, and he could leave this job and go back to a podcast that undoubtedly made sense, and that is to effectively shift the blame to somebody else. And that's Attorney General Pam Bondi. And Pam Bondi hasn't done herself any good by handing out those binders to those social media right-wing influencers a couple months ago that ended up having nothing in them. Look at Laura Loomer has suddenly become a voice of, demanding transparency, right? I mean, we know the conspiracy theories that she has continually spewed and spread, and she is she's vile in the way that she describes or calls other people that she perceives as political opponents. But the one thing that she does have going for her is the argument that MAGA has the obligation to uphold to the ideas of the transparency that for the last years they claimed that they would bring if Donald Trump came back into office.
My head's about to explode. I wish so badly that I didn't care about facts, because this would be so much more fun. But what is the fact that Laura Loomer's on the side of the truth and Pam? I mean, is Donald Trump's name, as what's his face, Elon Musk said, is there a belief among MAGA that Trump's name is in the Epstein files? I mean, you're saying that Laura Loomer is on the side of transparency. Bondi is covering it up. What do they believe Bondi's covering up, Vaughn?
They believe that there's a pedophile ring that is going to implicate a ton of other people. This goes back to QAnon conspiracy theories, right? Donald Trump, for his part, there is still this idea that somehow he is the one that was ultimately going to bring this ring to an end. I know that we know the facts completely run counter to that. We know that the two men had a relationship. Donald Trump has acknowledged it himself. But I think that this is where you go to, if you get into the real deep crevices of, the MAGA population of America here. I mean, I think it would take a long time to really dissect just how far and how deep this goes in the belief that these other people were going to be implicated.
Okay, hold on. There's more. There is more. What about this loyalty test? Are they talking about doing a polygraph? For real?
Joining us now, former FBI agent and president of the FBI Integrity Project and nonprofit aimed at safeguarding the FBI from undue partisan influence, Jim Davidson. Staff writer for The Atlantic, Tom Nichols, who has a new piece out on this today. And back with us, staff writer for The New Yorker, Susan Glasser. All right, so Susan, just walking through this reporting a little bit more, this polygraph test. The reason I played that Donald Trump clip, it shows that for him, it's about loyalty. It's about doing whatever you can do to make sure that he doesn't succeed, but that he feels that he is right and that you believe that he is right in all of his ventures, no matter what. So it would stand to reason that his officials would start feeling that they were due that same amount of loyalty.
Yeah, that is a chilling clip, Katie. I'm not sure whether to thank you for bringing it back to our attention or take issue with you for doing so, because it's one of those clips that should sort of haunt you over time, because it really, if you wanted to have a single distillation of Donald Trump's second term mantra. That is it. And it shows what a through line that demand for loyalty and that fury over not getting what he believes to be his due of loyalty has been. When we interviewed dozens of his former officials from his first term, they all said that this was the big takeaway for Trump and his inner circle from the first term, that he had not done a good enough job of hand selecting people on the basis of loyalty. And so I think you're right to say that that attitude is now spilled over from selections in Donald Trump's White House and his cabinet to those cabinet officials now taking loyalty as the same mantra in how they're looking at who they should promote. It's not a recipe for good governance. It's a recipe for fear and institutions that are looking inward on themselves because they're focused on who among them they can really trust.
Let's talk about the effectiveness of it. I mean, you're writing about that today, Tom, and what Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard are doing at their own agencies, trying to find people that they believe are disloyal or not perfectly aligned with the administration or perfectly aligned with their particular leadership.
There have to be people walking through the halls saying, isn't our job to catch enemy agents and organized crime lords and terrorists? Polygraphs are a big deal in part because they are unreliable and they're really only supposed to be used as one part of a package when you're going through that kind of level of clearance. But even, at the DNI's office, it's if you sent an email down the hall to a friend and said, boy, I really don't get it about this bill, or I don't know why we're not helping Ukraine, you're gonna have to worry now that all of this stuff gets scooped up and put into a big hopper where Tulsi Gabbard sends in some kind of AI crawler to find out if you were insufficiently loyal. I mean, this is as I said in the piece, this isn't McCarthyism. This is like KGB kind of level stuff. This is death of Stalin stuff where, you have to expect one of these people to run down the hallway saying, I have documents on all of you, because it's all about personal loyalty. And it does raise the question, well, while all this is going on, who's catching spies? Who's chasing kidnappers?
What sort of people are you ending up retaining if you're going to be rooting out people that maybe sent something in an email that was moderately disparaging towards something on President Trump's agenda, or maybe you said something that can't be viewed as glowingly positive about Kash Patel and you get dismissed? Who do you have left?
Loyalists and people who know how to keep their head down and keep their jobs and stay out of trouble. That's pretty much it. But I have to tell you, I was a federal employee for more than 26 years, and almost everybody in a long career has sent some email that they could be reprimanded for or that had some political content to it. These are big offices. These are people who know each other and work together. They've without doubt sent emails and posted things in group chats and stuff like that. That's just part of the normal, that's just part of life in any big organization. And to attempt to turn that into a career-ending thing because you don't find it personally or politically loyal enough really turns America and its intelligence and law enforcement agencies into a really different place.
James, have you experienced anything like this before? I mean, is it completely out of the norm for polygraph tests to be given to individual agents when you're trying to root out maybe a leak?
No. Polygraphs are a very, very rarely are they a broad-based intelligence collection tool. And in this case, what's really going on is they're designed to chill whistleblower speech. And that's certainly not, this creates a climate of fear. And that climate paralyzes FBI agent employees. And we have a very remarkable system in this country. Our institutions, our companies, we have a very decentralized system where employees, FBI employees, are really empowered to act and to make decisions autonomously. I've worked overseas. I've worked with other countries quite a bit. And a lot of the structure of the way those law enforcement organizations work is very top down. The field agents, they can't act without the authority or the permission of the people above them. And in, FBI agents have an enormous amount of leeway to pursue investigations that they believe, have merit on behalf of the American people. And this type of chilling of whistleblower speech, it makes it it creates this climate of fear where agents are just afraid to act. So it's really sort of destroying the culture, the autonomous, very productive culture that not just the FBI, but other government agencies have, particularly in law enforcement.
I think we should also just take a moment to further discuss what Tom was saying, which is that the effectiveness of the agency has got to be damaged here. The rooting out of corruption, the keeping of national security. The New York Times reports that top agents in 40%, James, of field offices have either retired or been booted or moved to different jobs. NBC News says a former senior FBI official said he was aware of at least 20 national security personnel who had left the Bureau in just the last 3 months. How is the job made easier, the job of making us safe, keeping us safe, rooting out corruption, protecting the homeland, made easier, more effective by the focus on loyalty?
Yeah, it's not. It makes, there's a tipping point, and you hit that tipping point, and the agency, legitimately becomes just less effective at doing what it needs to do. I mean, there's a recent example, an agent named Mike Feinberg. He went to a top 10 law school, speaks fluent Mandarin, and because of a relationship, a friendship that really had nothing to do with work that he had maintained with Peter Strzok, he was forced to resign. And if we keep losing talent like that, if that is the criteria, if the criteria is loyalty as opposed to merit, that is going to erode the expertise and the foundation of the agency itself. And my organization has argued that a partisan FBI director, and that's what we have, acting at the behest of an authoritarian-minded president, can use the agency as a political tool to extend or hold power. And we're in a wait and see, but we're watching all of these moves very closely. And I see the use of polygraphs.
We watching with my good eye.
Speech, completely within the context of what we've been arguing for a while.
I wonder where we are headed next, Susan. I mean, we're hearing about this, reporting about what's happening inside these agencies. We've seen so many cuts. The flooding in Texas and the warning system appears to be clearly connected to the cutting of jobs, at least one certain job at the National Weather Service that wasn't filled, the warning coordinator. Where are we headed if we're gutting these agencies and we're moving expertise and long-serving officials based on, them not being excited enough about Donald Trump's agenda?
Yeah, I'm so glad you flagged that, because that really, of course, is the blaring red alert siren that we're seeing here, is the question of whether the United States is essentially eating its own and its own capacity in this case. I'm mindful of, the Donald Trump himself basically outlining this agenda for us before the 2024 election in an interview where he was asked, he said, we have enemies, we have adversaries like Russia and China, but then we have the enemy from within, and of those, the enemy from within is the greater enemy. And I think that is essentially the mission statement for this kind of purges and attacks on the viability of the U.S. government itself that we're seeing across many different federal agencies, in the FBI, but also in the Justice Department. Also, as you pointed out, even in pockets of the Department of Homeland Security, you wouldn't think, to be politicized in this way, like FEMA, for example. And my question beyond all that is, Trump and his advisors have advanced a maximalist view of executive power. Right? They've acquired extraordinary powers. They've fired nonpartisan career officials in places like the FBI and the DOJ. The question is, to what end? What are they going to do now that they have consolidated some of this power, now that they've moved around those top FBI field agents or changed leadership structure? To what end? Are they going to begin politicized prosecutions? That's a big question, for example, in the FBI. Once they have that loyal work, what are they going to do with it?
Okay, let's move over here. Let's listen to, make sure the volume is up. Lawyer who defeated DT.
I'm joined now by the founder of Democracy Defenders Fund, Norm Eisen. Norm, you have just proven yourself a major thorn in Donald Trump's side, blowing a huge hole in a plan that he had since day one of his administration. Can you explain what you just did in court?
We just secured the certification of a nationwide class of plaintiffs and a preliminary injunction that Donald Trump's denial of the Constitution, which says that all persons born in the United States are citizens, is unconstitutional. From the beginning of his administration, the very first day, he signed an executive order saying, no, the 14th Amendment, all persons born here are citizens. That only applied to the children of slaves back when it was passed after the Civil War. No, that's not what it says at all. It says all persons born in the United States. A cornerstone of his administration and his hatred is the scapegoating. We see that with authoritarians everywhere in the world. They always pick a scapegoat. Donald Trump is targeting migrants. And together with our partners in this case, the ACLU, the nation's oldest and largest Latino civil rights group, LULAC, the NAACP, LDF, Legal Defense Fund, and so many other wonderful partners, we have secured this injunction. And we've put Donald Trump back in his corner. He thought the Supreme Court let him off 2 weeks ago. We've shown him.
Struggling with paperwork.
We've shown him struggling. Yeah, he's struggling.
Records Online has
He's been struggling all week.
We've shown him that still no one is above the law.
So basically, this was a situation where Trump thought that he had carte blanche to be able to move forward with his unlawful plans, his unconstitutional plans, because he watched the Supreme Court say, in deference to him, that there can be no nationwide injunction. So one court somewhere can't look at a blatantly unlawful order handed down by the Trump administration and say, no, you can't do that, and this injunction applies to the whole country. And so he thought he got a win, but now your lawsuit basically pushed back on that and said, okay, if we can't have nationwide injunctions, we can still have class action lawsuits, and so let's find everybody impacted by birthright citizenship and say that they are part of the same class of protected people, which effectively has the exact same result as what a nationwide injunction would be. Is that correct?
That's right, Brian. About 2 weeks ago in the CASA case, the Supreme Court closed one door and said just plain old nationwide injunctions, where a judge says you violated the 14th Amendment, I'm going to issue an injunction covering the country. No, but they opened another door. They said the way to do that is to go to court, have a class, that means a similarly situated representative group of plaintiffs who stand for people across the country. Get your class certified. The court says, yes, that is a class, I'm accepting it. And then get a preliminary injunction that way. Well, within 2 hours of that Supreme Court decision, ourselves and the ACLU and LULAC and the LDF and our other wonderful partners and our wonderful clients, the children who have been born since February 20th or who are the parents of the children who are going to be born, those are the clients here. And with our wonderful clients, we were back in court a little over 2 hours later. We asked the judge to go fast. He did. And here we are with this certification of our class and this injunction, just like the Supreme Court invited.
Right. And it's also worthwhile to move quickly because otherwise you have babies born who are literally stateless. And that is not a tenable position here. So is this retroactive to are there any babies that were born before this court ruling was handed down that are effectively stateless, who were born to undocumented immigrants that were still like under the, I guess, temporary jurisdiction of Trump's executive order?
Well, there's issues about the timing of the executive order. Trump claims it doesn't kick in for 30 days. after the Supreme Court decision, but the court was leaving nothing to chance. It did issue a retroactive injunction that goes back to the end of that original 30-day period, which is February 20th. So the injunction is for all children born after February 20th, 2025, coast to coast, who are born of where one parent was an undocumented migrant. The other parent might have citizenship, but perhaps not permanent citizenship. Any child where there could be a question, do they have birthright citizenship? They are protected by this injunction. Now we're going to have to continue to fight appeals. But as you know, we can't have a crazy quilt that a baby in one county is protected because a judge there happened to issue an injunction, and then next door a baby is born that's not protected. We need a uniform plan. Brian, I certainly haven't agreed with everything this Roberts court has done, but there's a consistent pattern where they close one door and they open another one. They make it a little tougher, but with hard work, you're able to deliver for the Constitution, for the clients. For example, remember the Abrego-Garcia case. Lower court judge said the government must facilitate and effectuate the return of Abrego. No, the Supreme Court said you must facilitate, effectuate, that's too much. They compromised. Well, guess what? Abrego's lawyers had to work a little hard. The Trump administration said, oh, we're never bringing him back. Today, Abrego is back on U.S. soil and fighting, utilizing the courts, utilizing his due process rights. So same thing here. The court made it a little tougher. Roberts court made it a little tougher, but they did open that door. We walked through it. In fact, 2 hours after the Supreme Court's ruling, we ran through that door to protect the rights of these babies. All babies born in the United States
Good
were
news.
citizens of the United States. My parents were migrants. Every person here comes of migrant stock, except for the Native Americans. And so...
Awesome. Including Donald Trump family.
Except for the Native Americans. And so this is the idea of America in action, and we're very proud that we secured that first injunction.
Now, Norm, it's worth asking here that normally when you have a federal district court, their rulings don't establish any precedent. But isn't it true that now that this is a class action lawsuit, the only people impacted are not those who are in this specific case? This is class action, and so this is the entire country. Everybody who falls into this class across the entirety of the United States is protected by this ruling. Is that correct?
That's exactly right, Brian. Normally, when a federal district court, the trial court rules, that binds that individual judge, and other judges in that district may or may not agree with that first opinion. It's not until the appellate courts and ultimately the Supreme Court get involved that precedent is more broadly binding. But this is following what the Supreme Court said less than 2 weeks ago, making such news in the CASA case, that the way to get a nationwide injunction and bind everyone in the country, every baby born here in the period the judge applied this to after February 20th, is through class action. And that's what we did. We got the class certified. That means the judge said, yes, it's a proper class. It represents all the babies. And we got the injunction based on that class certification. Now we'll have appeals here. But we think we're on firm footing. We did what the Supreme Court asked. Donald Trump's reading of the Constitution on birthright citizenship is ridiculous. He says it only applies to the children of slaves. It says very clearly, all persons. This is an originalist court. They say, follow the words and the original meaning. That is clearly the meaning. The court has held as much for in the entire history of this 14th Amendment. And we're confident that we are going to succeed on appeal.
If this gets to the Supreme Court, I know nothing is a sure thing, but it was the Supreme Court itself that left open the option to make use of these class action lawsuits. And so, is there a world where the Supreme Court can say, we know we gave you this remedy, but in fact, we don't want you to employ this remedy? Like that seems complete, even for this court, seems completely outside the realm of possibility. Can you weigh in on that?
We have to be candid about the challenges that we faced and to take strong exception to some of the decisions of the Roberts Court on Trump's imperial and unconstitutional uses of executive power. I would point all your listeners to Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson's magnificent dissents explaining why we disagree with some of the rulings of the Roberts Court. But even this court is confronted with a long line of precedent that class actions are acceptable, and with the plain language of the 14th Amendment, all persons born here are citizens of the United States. So even the Roberts Court is going to be hard-pressed to disagree with what the judge did today, and what I think many other judges are going to do as these cases, these class actions, are also brought elsewhere in the country. We're expecting another decision in Maryland any day now. Of course, this case, before it was a class action, was the very first to be filed anywhere in the country challenging Trump's unconstitutional attack on birthright citizenship back on January 20th. We filed it as soon as he did that EO, and then we did the same thing after the Supreme Court ruled that you had to have a class action. We went to court a couple hours later, raced, and now we have got the class certified, and we've got that preliminary injunction protecting all the babies. If there's one thing we should all be for, it's American babies, Brian. And that's what the Constitution establishes, a class of all babies born here. They're Americans. That's the American idea. And that is what we defended and secured in court today.
Well, look, I will always happy to give a platform to the people who are fighting, especially those who are fighting on the front lines. And you and your team at Democracy Defenders Fund and all of the other groups and other co-counsel that were involved in this case are chief among them. So highly recommend for anybody watching, if you're looking to support the work that Democracy Defenders Fund is doing, which is fighting this battle on the front lines, I'll put the link to that right here on the screen and also in the post description of this video. If you're listening on the podcast, it'll be in the show notes. Norm, appreciate the work that you're doing and the time that you have today.
Brian, it's been so meaningful to me as you and I have traveled on this journey of Trump's autocratic overreach, but the pushback, including in the courts and by the rule of law. We've had so many of these conversations with your wonderful viewers and listeners, and we're on this journey together. We're going to protect the Constitution. We're going to protect all the American babies, and we're going to end this autocratic nightmare together.
Norm, thanks again.
Right on. What's next? I got a little bit more time. Hold on.
Yes, this is why I switched to injection-free weight loss. I was eating
injection-free weight loss. Wait, what did I just see over here? Hold on. Oh, it's a lot going on. A lot going on.
healthy, working out every day, and nothing.
Wow, what was that? Dang it. Falling apart. They are falling apart. Hold on. I just saw it. That's not it. Hold on. I don't want to see you in Texas. Can't run. You can't.
I didn't think this was possible, but things have gone from bad to worse for the Department of Justice in front of Judge Zinnes in the Abrego Garcia case. She entered an order after she didn't believe a word that the Department of Justice lawyer said about what they plan on doing with Abrego Garcia once he's released from Tennessee protective custody by a federal magistrate judge then, Judge Zinnes in Maryland, who has full control and jurisdiction over Abrego Garcia, so says the United States Supreme Court. She's trying to decide whether she should order that he be brought out of Tennessee into Maryland so she can continue to supervise him and the due process around his being in the United States. While the Department of Justice has announced...
I don't want to hear that. That's not... Where is... I want to hear down there.
All or Nothing, how Trump recaptured America, Mr. Michael Wolff. Michael, appreciate you joining. How you doing?
Of course, I'm great. How about you?
I'm doing very well. I saw something, you speaking of something that I found very fascinating, because you know we have the whole Jeffrey Epstein coming up, and now all of a sudden Donald Trump is like, I don't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know who he is. Why are you guys asking me questions about it?
I don't know who he is.
In many ways ran on this. You are saying that there have been talks that Donald Trump actually wanted to have conversations or had conversations about possibly pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah.
Well, let me clarify. I know of a conversation in which, and this was at the moment of her conviction shortly after, and he said, what do you think she can say? And then the aides around him said, they didn't know, and they didn't want to go there because this is a no-go subject area. And then he said, should I pardon her? And equally, nobody
said anything.
Wants him to pardon her, and nobody really wants to go there. So the conversation passed. That's what I know.
So then, okay. Look at you.
I think I kind of remember that.
Your blood pressure in check. And now
Hold
you have
on.
Super Beats heart chews by Human. So then, okay.
He said, what could she say?
No-go conversation.
Among the subjects that everybody knows that are problematic for Trump is Epstein. So once when I went to interview Epstein, this was in when I went down to Mar-a-Lago, and the aides say, they ask you for a sort of broad outline of what you want to talk about, and I probably had 10 subjects, among them Jeffrey Epstein, and the one Trump aide said, listen, if you bring up Epstein, he will stop the interview. So this person said, my advice is, if you want to speak to him, if you want this interview to go on, don't bring this up. And in fact, I did not bring it up, and we spoke for, several hours.
Why?
Well, and I have always, I think the question is the broader question is, how come Jeffrey Epstein has not been pinned on Donald Trump? Jeffrey Epstein has been pinned on a lot of people who have suffered for their acquaintance with him. Donald Trump's acquaintance was much broader and deeper than anyone else's. They were friends for more than a decade, and not just friends, but joined at the hip friends, best friends. They hunted women together, hunt being the right word, for about a year. They
so
shared
like booty buddy friends?
Back and forth.
Like booty buddy friends?
Constantly on each other's planes. They gave each other business advice. They were extraordinarily close. And then ultimately they fell out in 2004 over a real estate deal. But somehow Trump, as he avoids accountability for virtually everything, has avoided this. He's avoided being pinned as one of the central relationships in in the life of Jeffrey Epstein.
Do you think well, obviously, I guess he's told people, I don't want to talk about this in interviews. So if he doesn't want to talk about it in interviews, I'm wondering why he brings it up in private. But do you understand what I'm saying? People would, this is what someone would surmise, is that if they were friends for as long as you said that they were, I didn't know that Jeffrey Epstein, am I correct, said that Donald Trump was his best friend? Or one of his best friends?
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Then one, he's afraid to talk about it, and then two, why would he want to pardon Ghislaine?
Well, as we know, he hasn't pardoned her, but I think at the moment that came up. I mean, a broader context. I mean, Donald Trump views his pardon authority as absolute. I can pardon anyone, anytime. So this is Ghislaine Maxwell is not the only person he has mused about pardoning. So I mean, we can make
he talked about pardoning
the connection through
P.
obviously
Diddy
from Ghislaine to Jeffrey Epstein, but you might also say this was just again Donald Trump. He knew Ghislaine, obviously. I think that at a moment they knew each other fairly well, and I think he might have thought, well, she's a friend of mine, should I pardon her? But I don't know. All I can tell you is that conversation occurred.
The question is, does he have something to hide? That's what people agree.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is easy. He obviously has something to hide, to the extent that he and Jeffrey Epstein were extremely close friends for a very long time. Again, everybody else, their acquaintance with Epstein has cost them mightily in many cases. Donald Trump, it's cost him nothing. He's managed to avoid or elide this fact that hangs out there in plain sight. I mean, I saw yesterday the Wall Street Journal did a piece that, I mean, it was point by point. This is what we know about the Trump-Epstein relationship, and it's a substantial amount, and it's certainly indicative that this relationship went on for a long time, was far more than just a casual friendship, that these guys were, BFFs.
Well, the thing is, too, is how they, I did a show, and when, you've seen the video of them dancing, and Donald Trump is, with the girls. You've seen that video, right? The two together. And I said, when MAGA folks see that video, they don't see Donald Trump. They see, maybe Joe Biden or Bill Clinton, but they don't, for some reason, they don't see Donald Trump. And they think it's all a big sort of conspiracy that Joe Biden and the Democrats did something with Jeffrey Epstein, killed him. They'll say Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. But Donald Trump was president when that happened, not only when he went to jail, but also when he died. And I don't know how this becomes a left-wing Democratic conspiracy theory when it seems that Donald Trump has the most exposure and the most evidence of being tied to Jeffrey Epstein.
I know. It's an extraordinary thing, and I think the MAGA people have gotten hoisted on this in the last several days. They've pursued this, release the files, and then suddenly, Pam Bondi, there are files, and then there are, we don't have any files. There's nothing here.
And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept, Southern District of New York, shock. So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Cash is going to, Director Patel is going to get us a detailed report as to why the FBI withheld all of those documents.
Okay, I want to be clear because I think people got frustrated because they were expecting more. You were expecting more, and you didn't find out less than 24 hours before the release. You got a whistleblower that confirmed that there were way more documents that they were supposed to turn over, and then you found out just before that.
Well, sure. And you're looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? And that's what the FBI had turned over to us. And so a source said, whoa, all this evidence is sitting in the Southern District of New York.
Yeah.
So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived. It's now in the possession of the FBI. Cash is going to get me and himself really a detailed report as to why all these documents and evidence had been withheld. And, you know, we're going to go through it as fast as we can, but go through it very cautiously to protect all the victims of Epstein, because there are a lot of victims.
What assumptions?
Oh, wow.
I mean, you can probably make many assumptions about that, but one of the direct assumptions, Pam Bondi is the president's lawyer. I mean, he's made that very clear. She's not an independent attorney general. She is the lawyer for Donald Trump. And she takes instructions from her client, Donald Trump. And so can we assume, or at least reasonably imagine, that she was told to let's stop this Epstein stuff. Do not go there. You know, I mean, yes, I think we can say that's a reasonable conclusion.
You think that there are files, and they're saying, because that's what the MAGA folks now who are like, oh, let's.
I don't think it's a question of files or not files. I think it's a question. Let's not talk about Jeffrey Epstein. This is not going to end well for Donald Trump.
Right.
Then what does this do for
why other people think that he can pardon
lunatics like Lara
Diddy
and all of those guys coming out, you know, of the White House with these saying, oh, we have the documents, we've got the goods, and then there's nothing. You don't think that they owe it? They do, but I don't think I'm going to act on it. They owe it to the public to clear up this conspiratorial bullshit that they've been putting out?
Who owes it to the public?
I mean, well, MAGA and Donald, because Donald Trump has been, and his folks have been, even Pam Bondi and Dan.
No. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that they really think in terms of the public right to know. I think that they think in terms of what's good for Donald Trump, and I think the MAGA people are caught. I mean, it's potentially a very difficult moment for them on this, because
bottom line, they caught.
What are their choices here? To continue to clamor for this and risk putting themselves in direct opposition to Donald Trump. Would they do that? No, they would not do that. So I would expect that everybody kind of retreats and swallows their embarrassment over this.
Support for the Don Lemon Show today comes from Z-Biotics, and I have to tell you about this game-changing product that I use before a night out with drinks. A couple nights out with them margaritas. Hey, I felt my props. Z-Biotic.
Sure. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Your best friend of 15 years. Yes.
Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
Yes.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened. Still talking about this guy, this creep?
Yep, your best friend for 15 years.
This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Absolutely.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. You was hanging out with him. Unbelievable.
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein.
Unbelievable.
At a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy.
And where's your wedding ring at?
It just seems.
Where your wedding ring?
But you go ahead.
Mr.
Yeah,
Playboy.
no, I think he very clearly does not want to talk about this, and the reasons the reasons seem self-explanatory.
Yeah.
They were, and let me repeat this again and again and again. These were very close friends. Donald Trump, and I don't know if we want to cast this as an comedy or incredible irony. Donald Trump was the best friend of someone who the right wing has set up as the personification of evil. Now, it's not only, by the way, the right wing, the left wing too. It's the right wing and the left wing who has
collectively
these deep conspiracies around Jeffrey Epstein, and conspiracies that I frankly don't really believe are true. But what I do believe is true, because we know it is true, is that Epstein and Trump were close friends.
Well, I think the left wing became more interested in it after Bongino and all those guys came out and said, "Oh, he killed himself." Because if you look at the tape in 2023, I believe it was, Dan Bongino was you should not. This is, he was a right-wing podcaster, very successful at it, one of the highest-rated shows. But then he didn't have to live in the world of facts then.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this.
Okay.
Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee-deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it, outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
Well, what does it look like?
He killed himself. You want me to get?
What does it look like?
He killed himself.
Well, they don't have to abide by facts. They have to abide by what Donald Trump tells them to abide by. So just see the FBI and the Justice Department as doing what it is directed to do. They are directed to do by the White House. It's been very clear. I mean, that Donald Trump has been very explicit about this. He doesn't believe in an independent Justice Department. He believes the Attorney General works for him.
Yeah.
And the FBI works for the Attorney General.
In your book, any other revelations that you want to talk? Because this, to everyone, this was kind of a shocker about Ghislaine Maxwell. You always get the scoop, Michael. What else is on your mind?
Well, what's on my mind is the daily drumbeat of what is on everyone else's mind. Is a matter of fact, is there anything on anyone's mind that does not involve Donald Trump? I would like to meet that person.
Cook Unity is the best meal delivery service, and I've tried others. Chef prepared various menu choices, and it.
Is he going to pardon Diddy?
Well,
he better.
I don't know, but I certainly, it would certainly be absolutely in character, and I would find it almost impossible to believe he isn't considering it and he isn't discussing it.
Wow!
And if for no other.
Because his name is.
I don't know, but I certainly.
Only because he know he been at them parties.
I would like to meet that person.
Is he going to pardon Diddy?
Well, I don't know, but I certainly, it would certainly be absolutely in character, and I would find it almost impossible to believe he isn't considering it and he isn't discussing it, and And if for no other reason, then he has this power. He understands he has this power. He has questioned many people about this power. My pardon power, how can I pardon anyone? Is there anything that can stop me? So, and then he goes back, so what you're telling me is I can pardon anybody. And he considers that constantly. And you know, one of the things that goes on in the White House and in the greater Trump orbit is a lot of people making money off of representing people who are seeking to be pardoned. So it's one of those things that now is a kind of subset of what supports the MAGA world. Well, you know, we can go, I'm a person in the MAGA world who can go to Donald Trump and argue that you should be pardoned. This is what it costs. So MAGA people get fees, basically, for against Donald Trump's
tariff
power.
So
wait, what do you mean?
A tariff.
Gets fees. What do you mean?
It's a cost to pardon him.
There are in the MAGA world. So if you have access to Donald Trump, then one of the ways you're going to make money, and there's many ways you can make money if you have access to Donald Trump, but one of them is that Diddy's people are going to pay you to represent his case to Donald Trump. And that's good for Donald Trump because it keeps the MAGA world very loyal to him and supports them.
Yeah. Look, you're in the no, and you have access to Donald Trump. Here's the thing that I hear people discussing lately, and you can tell me if I'm off base here, and that is, where's Melania? Does Melania actually live at do they share the
No. I mean, they don't share anything. I mean,
is it a marriage? Is it just by contract?
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, or it's. I mean, I don't know what it is. I know what it is not, and it is not a marriage in the way that we have traditionally construed this. It's not a middle class marriage. She doesn't. They don't actually spend very much time together. They don't actually live in the same place, or they don't often live in the same place. You know, she does not do the kinds of things that you could say a political wife is expected to do, but she doesn't even do the things that a wife is expected to do. I mean, you might say, well, you know, and some people, well, she's I don't even know how you can characterize this, except that either a relationship that they have created, this relationship that works for the both of them because he needs her to pretend to be a wife by his side, although she barely pretends that. She barely is by his side, and she, I suppose, likes the life that she can lead because there's a considerable amount of money. But I don't know. I only know that this marriage is not a marriage like
it's fake.
Like any we know.
Is there someone else there?
You know, I mean, everybody I know around Donald Trump refers to him as says no. They say no, and they say he doesn't really. That's not really a thing anymore. By that, I think they mean he is post-sexual.
Oh yeah, because he be on diapers.
What about on the other side, though?
I have no insight there. I've had dinner with them both, though. I've sat between them at a dinner table. That was quite an experience.
Well, go on.
Well, it's just like this is at Mar-a-Lago, and it's like sitting at the bride and groom's table. I'm sitting in the middle of them, and there's a constant stream of people coming up to him, and then he's just kind of motor mouthing everybody in turn. He doesn't even stop his conversation for the next person. The next person just sort of picks up wherever he is. in his conversation. And then she's, just an endless stream of pleasantries. Oh, hello. Oh, yes, that's so nice. Oh, yes, you look, blah, blah. And I'm sitting in the middle trying to get a drink.
He funny.
Other than having difficulty writing.
Get a drink.
Why does he give you so much access? Because, I mean, often it's not, you don't paint a very pleasant picture of him often.
It's Donald Trump. Who knows? I mean, I know that the reason at one point when I was gearing up to do another book, he was told about this, and then he said, "Oh, let's see that guy. He gets ratings." And then on another occasion, I saw him. This was on the campaign, and I was standing with a bunch of
he
other
gets
reporters,
ratings,
and he pointed at me as he came through a room. He pointed at me and said, "I made that guy rich." But at the same time, there's a series. I mean, he's issued statement after statement about I'm a scumbag and a liar and a so-called reporter and et cetera, et cetera. Who knows? It all exists in the moment.
Yeah.
Hey, Sylvia.
It is quite fascinating. Michael Wolff is the author of the book All or Nothing: How Trump
hold on.
Captured America.
What parts?
He needs her to pretend to be a expected to do, but she doesn't even do the things that a wife is expected to do. I mean, you might say, well, and some people, well, she's I don't even know how you can characterize this, except that either a relationship.
She don't want to be there.
They have created this relationship that works for the both of them because he needs her to pretend to be a wife by his side, although she barely pretends that. She barely is by his side, and she, I suppose, likes the life that she can lead because there's a
Now, I saw the other day they say he stinks. They say his ass smells like raw sewage, and he be constantly passing gas. No. Farting. They say his depends be leaking. So he's stinky. Yeah. I said, say what? Yeah. Yeah. So on top of him being a narcissist, him being rude and disrespectful, he funky, he nasty, he stinks. Oh, they say the people be standing around him be gagging, like damn near throwing up, like, oh.
amount of money, but I don't know. I only know that know how you can characterize this, except that either a relationship that they have created this relationship that works for the both of them because he needs her to pretend to be a wife by his side, although she barely pretends that. She barely is by his side, and she, I suppose, likes the life that she can lead because there's a considerable amount of money. But I don't know. I only know that this marriage is not a marriage like any we know.
Is there someone else there?
I mean, everybody I know around Donald Trump refers to him as says no. they say no, and they say he doesn't really, that's not really a thing anymore. By that, I think they mean he is post-sexual.
And what about on the other side, though?
I have no insight there. I've had dinner with them both, though.
Oh my
I sat
God.
between them at a dinner table. That was quite an experience.
Well, go on.
Dumb messy.
This is
He
at
messy.
Mar-a-Lago, and it's like sitting at the bride and groom's table. I'm sitting in the middle of them, and there's a constant stream of people coming up to him, and then he's just kind of motor mouthing everybody in turn. He doesn't even stop his conversation for the next person. The next person just sort of picks up wherever he is in his conversation, and then she's just an endless stream of pleasantries. Oh, hello. Oh, yes, that's so nice. Oh, yes, you look blah blah. And I'm sitting in the middle trying to get a drink.
Why does he give you so much access? Because, I mean, often it's not, you don't paint a very pleasant picture of him often.
It's Donald Trump. Who knows? I mean, I know that the reason at one point when I was gearing up to do another book, he was told about this, and then he said, "Oh, let's see that guy. He gets ratings." And then on another occasion, I saw him. This was on the campaign, and I was standing with a bunch of other reporters, and
he needed a drink.
And he pointed at me as he came through a room. He pointed at me and said, "I made that guy rich." But at the same time, there's a series. I mean, he's issued statement after statement about I'm a scumbag and a liar and a so-called reporter and et cetera, et cetera. Who knows? It all exists in the moment.
Yeah, it is quite fascinating. Michael Wolff is the author of the book All or Nothing: How Trump Recaptured America. Answer that question for me real quickly. How did he do that?
I guess through utter extraordinary shamelessness. He just refused to accept the fact that everybody said he could not do this, and that he would actually go to jail in the process of doing this.
And it's time for him to go to jail.
Although he was certainly convicted.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, let's see. Definitely convicted. It's time. Hold on, because it's a lot. They having meltdowns, baby. They having meltdowns. I'm over here deleting a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I can't get nothing. My system is barely moving. So if you're wondering where the people are, is that it's like my system is not moving at all. I got so much stuff on my tablet, on my computer, on my phones. So I'm clearing up stuff as I am playing this, baby. But there is a whole bunch of meltdown going on to that. Well, all week, really. But let's see, because, baby, they got folk quitting, wanting to quit. What's going on with her? Oh, well, hold on. Can't run away from it. Hold on. Let's get updated, baby, because it is a whole bunch going on in Trump world. Man, are they trying to lay off? He trying to do stuff to camouflage. What is this? Let's see this.
We've always suspected this, that the White House, and we know this, that what happens in the White House is really probably just as good as any Real Housewives episode, as any soap opera. But especially now. But when we get to find out what was happening in the White House, that is chef's kiss. And the latest blow up at the White House is reportedly over the Jeffrey Epstein files, or the lack thereof, or lack of information in the Epstein files, as the Department of Justice announced earlier this week. And the blow up comes from between Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, and Kash Patel, the FBI director, and the deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. There was a meeting where they were all discussing some things that have come out about the way that the Epstein case has been rolled out to the public. And Olivia Pope was there. You know what? She's the only person who's missing from this meeting. It is a fascinating meeting, and now there are people who think that Dan Bongino might be quitting.
Yep.
He did not show up for work on Friday. So
He said,
whether or not he's coming back.
He said, "Fuck that. Y'all are not fin to throw me up under the motherfucking bus because your ass is on there and you don't want the world to know." You did it. You did it. So stand in your shit. They say you shitty anyway. You might as well stand in it. You did the crime. DT, you need to pay the crime. You need to hold hands with Diddy, cause both y'all like that shitty shit.
Remains to be seen. So Axios broke this story, that there was this blow up at this meeting, and it really does give you a window to look inside and figure out who's saying what about the Epstein.
So joining us right now is the man who broke that story, Mark Caputo from Axios. Welcome back to TMZ Live, Mark. How you doing?
Oh, great, thanks. So first of all, congratulations on the story. I am fascinated by this because Patel and Bongino were leading the conspiracy theories about Epstein's death and whether there was a client list. And now it just kind of...
Before they were in office.
Before they were in office. And I never thought they would do a flip. But reading your story, it sounds like they almost have, and they're on board with the notion that it was suicide and there's no list.
Well, very much so. The Department of Justice, with the sign-off of the FBI, released a statement and a memo. Axios first reported it, saying there was no client list and there was no suicide of Jeffrey Epstein. And Bongino and Patel himself both acknowledged, accepted, advanced that belief. They've even said it on television. So it is fair to say that their statements or their stated beliefs have gone 180 from the more conspiratorial side of things to the more official side of things, which is, yeah, there's bad stuff happened here, but again, the official position is no suicide, no client list.
So take us into the White House for this meeting, Mark, which happened on Wednesday. Was it before or after? Was the cabinet meeting on Wednesday morning?
I guess it is after the cabinet meeting. Right, I hadn't put that math together.
Right, the cabinet meeting where Pam Bondi was asked by a reporter about the Epstein files, and then President Trump jumped in and how dare you ask.
What are we doing? Why are we? Are we?
Yes, after that, then this meeting.
Do y'all? I mean, what? Why are you asking? I mean, what?
I believe it was Bondi who called or had it called Susie Wiles, the chief of staff, and Taylor Butowich, who is the deputy chief of staff. And it was a real heated meeting. And Bongino at one point was accused of leaking or causing to be leaked a story in News Nation that said that he and Kash Patel had wanted to release this evidence sooner, but it just didn't happen. Bongino denied it, to be clear. And then the subject came up of this issue of the video of the cell or the outside of the cell of Epstein's. This was released as a way for the Department of Justice to prove that there was no murder, because it shows no one is going inside of Epstein's cell at the time where he, according to authorities, committed suicide. The problem is this is 10 hours of video, but there's a, quote, missing minute there. And no one caught the fact that there is 60 seconds of this 10-hour period that are gone.
Oh,
and
DT, no.
Video hit the internet, and internet
DT, no.
look at it. Yes, there are some people who spent 10 hours of time watching surveillance video of essentially nothing happening, it blew up, and there was tension over it, and the people who were critical of Bongino said, look, you were in charge of this. You were the one who unearthed this video. You brought it to the Justice Department. You said you vouched for it. You reviewed it. How come the 60 seconds is missing? By the way, there is a technical explanation of it. I can bore you with it if you want. But it's safe to say the meeting didn't go well. Bongino eventually wound up leaving not on good terms and continued to stew about it. On Friday morning, we were told he might resign. Now, we were then told he's not resigning, but he's not at work today, and we'll have to see if he ultimately shows up for work going forward.
Y'all ain't finna stress me out.
Because you said that he now believes there was no murder and there is no list. But as for the murder, are you saying that Bongino was blindsided, didn't know about the 1 minute that was missing? And if there really is a minute missing, is he back on the conspiracy theory?
I don't believe he's back on the conspiracy theory. I haven't heard that. And obviously, if you're going to go murder someone in a minute, I've never murdered anyone. Maybe I guess you could do it, but that is a very small period of time.
Yeah, it happens a lot in prison.
Hang them? I'm not quite sure. But be that as it may, the reality is, yes, there's a lot of suspicious things about Epstein's death. I mean, he was on suicide watch, and yet somehow he wound up committing suicide, according to authorities. So, yeah. However, we have not heard, nor has Bongino stated or implied in any way, shape, or form that he believes that there was a murder. Apparently, he still believes, Kash Patel believes, all the official authorities believe that
the girl, the victim who was, let's be clear, the victim that was dropping names, she mysteriously took her life too. What, a couple of months ago? Yeah.
Just off because he thinks Pat Bondi mishandled it.
Correct. What happened with Bondi is early on in the administration, Bondi said, I've got the Epstein client list. These are her direct words, but responding to a question about Epstein's client list, she says, I have it on my desk. She said, and she was going to review it, and then she was going to release everything. Well, it turns out, according to them, there's no client list. So it appears, the best we can tell, that Bondi had believed that these things existed, and rather than sort of ascertain the facts ahead of time, shot out of the cannon, made these statements, and then it's sort of clean up on aisle Maga that's continuing to go on.
Right. So you got to imagine that for Dan Bongino and for Kash Patel, that there are people in their world who are coming after them. Like they're probably.
Donald Trump said, make it go away. They said, yep, yeah, DT, your name is on it. Your name is like, right. Well, we know your name is on it. Yeah, but hey, Vicky, it is bad. It is bad. And you are sending these people to these concentration camps and shit like you Hitler. You are just doing this crazy shit. You cutting stuff from the poor to line your pockets. Because, again, you still owe Putin for deals and shit you made with him your first go around. That's why you was acting a fool with that insurrection and just act like I'm not leaving. I still gotta do this. So your ass is still in trouble. And then you started trying to act like you are the peace treaty. Like, I can fix these wars. I am God all by myself. You know my grandmother's last name is Christ, right? Yeah, I am God. I am God. I brought that COVID-19 over here, and I was the one who beat it. They gave me the super shot, yeah, it is me. I am, my daddy said I wasn't shit. I ain't gonna never be shit. He was really never proud of me, and I am proving him wrong. My great granddaddy, he died of the swine flu. So everything that happened to me and my family, I'ma insert it on this country who really don't give a shit. Yeah, I want the immigrants out, but my family is full of immigrants. That's all I fucking marry is immigrants. So that means that all my kids would be deported up under. Yeah, Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to go on
From
that on that rant.
people that they used to when they were just doing podcasts and they weren't actually running the FBI.
My bad.
What gives, guys? We talked about this for years, and now it seems like you just abandon us. So I'm imagining that's the heat that they're feeling, which is leading to this battle at the White House.
Well, yeah, to quote John F. Kennedy,
Right
he
on.
said that those who ride the tiger often end up inside it. And once you start kind of going down this route, you might have to commit to the bit. Now, I'm not going to comment, or I don't know whether they had these sincere beliefs ahead of time, or whether they were just sort of manipulating people. I can't speak to that. I don't have all the facts. I haven't ascertained that. I haven't interviewed them about that. But what we can say is that they made all of these statements as
Hi, Rudy. Oxnard. I've been to Oxnard long time ago. Long time ago. When I was like 13, 14. Shout out to Oxnard. That's what's happening.
And had no real responsibility to speak responsibly. Once they got in the FBI, things changed. So bottom line is this. It's a lot easier to podcast and post and say whatever comes into your head than it is to actually govern or work as a sworn law enforcement agent in the FBI.
Well, the other way, look, the other way of looking at that is that when you get into the Trump administration, you better get on board or you're booted. So we're not sure.
Well, it's every administration. I mean,
yeah,
right?
well, that's true. That's true. But real quick, last thing. There's not a list, but Epstein.
It is a list. It is. Stop, Harvey. You kill me. Are you on that list? There is a list. And you know there's a list. There is a name. There is a list. Absolutely. There is a list for just in case he needs to blackmail some folks. I am with Jesse Weber. Then why in the hell is Epstein's KK in jail? Huh? Yeah, he gone. But KK, I mean, I'm just saying her name is Ghislaine or whatever her name is. She in jail, but I'm calling her KK number 1, right? Oh, Lord, maybe my phone, I'm getting notifications. So maybe, thank you. I have not been getting any notifications, y'all. My phone, oh my God. I got so many pictures, so much stuff on it. And it just like stopped moving. But thank you, I got that. I'm deleting stuff as I'm talking. But yeah, so that means that only person who, only person who is really doing time for all of his crimes, I mean, their crimes together, because the young girl who was on who they say took her life, said that that old madam was damn near worse than him. She was in the freak out. She was, she was trafficking. She was fooling with the girls and the young folk too, her too. Mm-hmm. So it is a list.
And there were a lot of them
who
cavorted with him in various ways.
Yep.
May not be a list, but
there is a list.
Administration, you better get on board or you're booted. So we're not sure.
Well, it's every administration. I mean,
yeah,
right?
well, that's true. That's true. But real quick, last thing. There's not a list.
Lies.
Epstein was a guy who loved being around famous, powerful people, and there were a lot of them who cavorted with him in various ways,
including Diddy.
It may not be a list, but not a client list, but everything I've seen with the government, with UFOs, with the Kennedy assassination, is we just can't assume.
Okay, if there's not a list, then where are the videos? I mean, because everything that he is doing, him and his side piece, his female companion, just like Diddy and KK, if they don't have a list, then they damn sure got videos. So where's the video? Play the video, god dang it. I mean, we know that it was recorded, hell, and they go way back, because he got Trump with the same get up, same pink tie, same dark color, same hair, brown, with Diddy. So Diddy was there. Yeah. Where the video at? I'm just saying. Inquiring minds want to know. So there was some kids who were violated. I ain't making no excuse for nobody who have violated people. We are not hiding or covering up for predators, because they keep going. They keep going like the bunny, the Energizer Bunny. It went on so long because people made excuses for them and overlooked the predators and victim shamed the victims. Bull crap. Time for that to stop.
And maybe they're in that file that it may not be a list, a proper list, but there are probably names.
To your point, on Sunday or over the weekend, I did a story about we are still getting documents in the JFK assassination.
Right.
And we're still learning things about people who were involved in CIA operations who contacted, or better said, had contact and were monitoring Lee Harvey Oswald before the assassination, lied about it and covered up about it. And we're only finding that stuff out now thanks to the Trump administration. But the lesson that it has in the JFK files, which is release everything to prevent the conspiracy theories and to help everyone understand something, or understand this, they're not completely honoring or following through with the Epstein case. The government has consistently sort of botched the handling of the information, the prosecution, and then the post-death release of all of the documentation that we have about him. And when you have vacuums of information, conspiracy theories fill it pretty fast.
Okay, I'm going to get the last word.
Bongino. This is Auntie Fee speaking. Baby, listen, go ahead and resign. Go ahead and resign. Let the people know that you found out that they was trying to throw you up under the bus. They told you to keep that shit a secret. And now they trying to pass blame. They talking about doing polygraphs and shit. Okay? Okay? You didn't know that it was going to pan out this way. Once you saw that they was just going to lie and pass blame, and Trump was going to let y'all all sink, put y'all asses in the ocean full of sharks, let these sharks go around you. Now Magna ain't backing you now. Now the whole Republican Party, now the judges are backing up out of stuff that they passed. I mean, listen, let that motherfucker sink or swim. Huh? It's time for him to be exposed. Take all that fake shit off. Take the fake hair off. Take the fake, like you know what you do. All the fake shit, expose it. Okay? We know he ain't smart. We know his nationality ain't. We know his last name really ain't Trump. It's Gumpty or some shit. Humpty Gumpty set on the wall. Humpty Dumpty. It's time for his ass to fall. Absolutely. Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. I had a rough day today. So if I'm taking it out on him, when I tell you I had a rough day today, but I'm trying to count it all joy because it could have been worse. Okay? Let's go.
There was a conspiracy to kill JFK. It was covered up. The Warren Commission was a sham, and we still don't know. So there. And I've looked at this since I was 16.
Yeah, she gonna talk about first. The file is on my desk. Epstein list will be coming out soon. Then when she got confronted, oh, I was talking about JFK. MLK, anything that ends with a K. If it ends with Trump, Gump, what's his name, Epstein, that wasn't on my desk. It has to end with a K. JFK, MLK. Who else got a K? Give a K. You get a K. You get a K. UK. UK. United Kingdom. Ukraine. Anybody except except Trump. KK. KK. Absolutely. Have a blessed. You too, Vicky. You too. You too. Hold on, y'all. Let me sit up. I'm holding this phone because, listen, I've been gone. I don't got no juice. I'm holding it, y'all. I'm holding it. Hold on. Let's go.
Okay. He is limited,
come back and talk about JFK whenever you get a chance.
I would love to do
And
that.
ain't it funny that it's still, all of a sudden, now they still getting information, all because of Trump. All the files are being unlocked. I'm beginning to believe with everything that's going on, even with Diddy case being thrown. Okay, I'm going to call a spade a spade. Them folk didn't know that it was, if they was going to be able to reach them people to flip the script. And now that George guy is supposed to be from the UN. He done lied. He telling all they business. He telling shit he wasn't supposed to even be telling them. All that shit is rigged. Because all they asses names are on them list. If it ain't on Diddy's videos in them vaults, it's on Epstein, Weinstein, the same thing. I'm surprised ain't nobody brought it up. The same shit happened in Weinstein's trial recently that happened in Diddy's. It was a juror who was giving them a hard time. All of a sudden, one of the jurors was sent the judge a letter, and then all of a sudden, they was having problems. They wasn't getting along. Same exact thing that happened in Weinstein's retrial. He wound up being found guilty on the less of the charges. Okay? The same thing happened on his retrial a week or two before Diddy's. They was on trial at the same time in Manhattan. One was upper, one was lower. Okay? Both of them got list. Y'all better stop playing.
2 or 3 minutes. That's all it'll take. Mark, it's we really love having you on. Thank you.
All right, fellas, thanks.
Okay, wow. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to shift gears a little bit. The Love Island. Yes.
Hold on. What's a Love Island?
The finale was kind of, well, yeah.
Oh, that's another. Oh, baby, hold on. What else we got before we go? What else we got? White House jitters. Yeah, he talked about pardoning GUCCIMANE, whatever her name is. What else we got? What else we got? What else we got? I saw a whole bunch of stuff when I got in the house. Hold on. I mean, it was a whole bunch of breaking. Pentagon file. Lord. Oh, y'all still here? I'm sorry. Oh, Lord. No. Who is this? Diddy makes cash STD report. She carried this. I don't believe it. If she had an STD, then why was you buying hookers? Why if she had STDs and you releasing her report, then that means when y'all was hiring them hookers, you knew.
Y'all need to get on this because Cassie just got exposed as one of Diddy's co-conspirators and the internet is in shambles. She got exposed by one of the escorts who worked the freak-off parties and girls.
Oh, I don't believe that.
To say. And not only did he expose...
Let me tell you something. If Diddy is exposing the list off of what that man is saying that I caught in 50 million lies, then you are doing exactly what I believe that you was doing, and you working. Y'all was in business together. That's why they had your personal phone numbers. The same one who said that you were guilty of XXX trafficking is the same one that talking about she gave him a STD, but he had other women. So how you know who gave it to you? You didn't have a damn DNA. Huh? And I'm going to say this, and I'm just making this up as I go. This part right here. If you say that she told you in your face that she was pregnant by you, I'm going to say y'all was role playing. Yeah, since he liked the role play and he liked to direct and command and tell the XXX work hookers what to do and told her what to do. And if she didn't want to do it, you said, Mr. Lion-ass Dave, that you saw him put hand, feet, toes, and teeth on her 5 times. Okay? So if that's the case, yeah, she was just role playing. See, that's what something else that the prosecution team didn't do. They did not reference the difference in some of the stories that was coming out since it came out in court that they did a lot of role playing. At his request. Yeah. Yeah. They fumbled the ball.
Cassie, but he is also suing her for giving him herpes.
Now it's herpes. Now it's herpes. He never said herpes. I don't know if I can listen to this.
That we were finally getting to the end of this drama. This escort blows things wide open, and things are.
He had plan Bs. Absolutely.
So let's break down this drama. Okay, so this escort is determined to change the way we see Cassie because he's claiming that
I don't believe none of these
is nothing but a pile of BS. According to him, not only was Cassie a willing participant in the freak-offs, but she allegedly helped him organize freak-offs and force other people into the freak-offs. Now, the escort in question is a man named Clayton Howard, but he goes by Dave, especially while carrying out his escort activities. Now, while Dave was not called by the prosecution to testify during the trial, his name did come up while they were going through Cassie's text messages. According to reports, in another message between Ventura Fine and a person named Dave, the man texted around 1:30 or 1:45 a.m. to notify Cassie he had arrived at a meeting location. Roughly 6 hours later, he texted saying, "Thanks, LOL." The meeting location was presumably for freak-offs, since that was the only business that he had with Diddy and Cassie. Anywho, the trial ended last week, and while Diddy beat the RICO and charges, he was convicted of some lesser charges.
He only had business with Diddy and Cassie. Is that what he said? Is that what he said? I thought Diddy called him personally. I thought Diddy called him personally. He said he didn't know. Why are they playing with my memory? Why do that? I thought he said, because he didn't even know Diddy had his number. And Diddy called him and said, "Hey, what's up?" It had been a couple of years. And he said, "Oh, what? Oh, dang. Yeah." And he asked him, was he down to have a little, rump shake, a little, peanut butter and jelly. Yeah. And he said, he really didn't want to, he made up in his mind that he didn't have SCX without a rubber band covering it. He was willing. I mean, I thought she was nasty and she was this, that, and the other. I was willing to do it because shit, I could, the money right. That's my language. Ain't nothing better than a big D than deep pockets or some stupid shit. He said, and then he said, when he got there, when he said he agreed to go. And when he got there, he found out that it was not with Cassie, that it was with a new chick. That he was like kind of disappointed because, he had got a little class about himself and he had got a little integrity and morals, and he just wasn't down with, that fly by night type of shit. I mean, it's one thing to be a hooker, and it's a whole nother thing to, you know, just random people. I'll do it with people that I already know, you know, but I don't want, but somebody new, well, okay, well, when she comes in from wherever her photo shoot is, I call me, yeah, and he forgot, cause he hooked up with an ex that obviously he hadn't seen in a while in Miami. Yeah, and they slept together. They went out, and he got so deep off in it, hell, he forgot all about Diddy. I mean, am I tripping? Yeah, so when he got woke up and cut his phone on, and he had all these 50 million why they playing with my memory? And he saw Diddy said, "Oh, you played yourself, playboy." Oh, He was like, "Oh shit, Diddy mad at me." And he called him and he told him, and then he met with him and he showed him the picture of the girl he was with, and Diddy was like, "Oh man, you know shit, you want to steal?" And he was like, "Oh no, shit, no." And he assumed that it was Miami because he did some research to see who was in town. I mean, out of all the women in Miami, you just did some research to find that it was Miami. But yeah, but I thought he just said it was only with Cassie and Diddy. Well, what happened to coming out of retirement and shit with Young Miami? Y'all, why they play with my memory? Yo, lying. I told you I ain't like him. He's a liar. Only thing I like that he slipped up and said was that he was guilty of XXX trafficking. And he can prove it. Yeah.
Charges relating to the Mann Act. And from the looks of things, Dave was just waiting for the trial to end so that he could file his own civil lawsuit. And girl, he had a lot to say. And let's just say that the things he had to say did not exactly paint Cassie in a good light. Now,
I don't believe it.
Cassie was presented as the victim in the story, with the prosecution claiming that Diddy forced her to partake in the freak-off. In her lawsuit, she claimed that Diddy didn't even get her permission the first time it happened, and he just blindsided her with it out of the blue. According to the lawsuit, the first time Mr. Combs hired a man and brought the man to his home in Los Angeles. The man, Mr. Combs, and Ms. Ventura wore masquerade masks and ingested. Mr. Combs directed Ms. Ventura to perform intimate acts with this man while Mr. Combs watched them. He got off to it while he directed Ms. Ventura and the man to do specific intimate acts. The entire encounter lasted multiple days. Mr. Combs began to call the arrangement a freak-off or FO. He would repeatedly tell Ms. Ventura at random moments that he wanted an FO, and Ms. Ventura was eventually expected to facilitate the location and the hiring of male escorts. She also claimed that she didn't want to do freak-offs and that Diddy would force her to use hard substances to reduce her inhibition.
I believe that.
Mr. Combs always supplied Ms. Ventura and the escort with copious amounts of before and during the FO. Ms. Ventura was given ecstasy, GHB, and alcohol in excessive amounts during FOs, which allowed her to disassociate during these horrific encounters. It became commonplace to get IV fluids in the days after an FO to recover from the excessive substances pushed upon her. Ms. Ventura was required to dress up in lingerie for an FO, and Mr. Combs insisted she wear white nail polish to contrast her nails with the skin of the black men he hired to be intimate with her. The prosecution pretty much said the same thing during the trial, and they pushed the narrative that even though Cassie was the one who hired and paid the escorts, she had no choice because Diddy had forced her to do so with threats of violence. Well, Dave is now calling BS on that, saying that Cassie willingly did everything she did and that she wasn't.
He would have no way of knowing what their discussion was, what guidelines and rules, what beat downs, or what happened before his ass was called. He has no idea. So you was just a hired stripper turned hooker. You were not a part of the game plan right before he got, absolutely. You were not a part of the instructions the setup, or were you? Because it's beginning to look like and sound like y'all all in business together with this cowboys and Indians, man on man. I mean, it sounds like, yeah. Yeah. You have no idea. So there's no way for you to speak facts. None. There are a lot of females out there, and maybe men, I don't know, first to perform by they pimp to get in there and get that money. And I'm sure everybody who go in there and lay will probably think that she is what did he say? Compliant, or whatever word he tried to say before he slipped and said that Diddy was, it don't matter if she, I can't think of the word that he said. It don't matter. He's still guilty of ex trafficking. Yeah. Yeah. So miss me with that. And only time that you can speak of that went on while you was there is that he put hand, feet, and toes on her for five times. And I don't know nobody who was complicit. If that's the word he was saying. Yeah. Complicit. I don't know nobody who's complicit, willing participant, but then get their ass towed off the frame because of something they didn't want to do. And they was resistant. And so in his mind, she was being disobedient. And him being the pimp that he is, slid up in there and said, cut, you go to the corner, you bring your ass here. And then he beat her into submission. Yeah.
According to him, he started doing the freak-offs with Diddy and Cassie around 2009, and they allegedly him for commercial purposes. In an interview, he said,
they didn't show
me for the purposes of commercials, using me as entertainment to satisfy their sex fetishes and personal ambitions. He also claimed that Diddy and Cassie manipulated and traumatized him while they themselves engaged in a toxic.
Well, you don't think you traumatized a Diddy when you took his $5,000-$10,000, and when you said that he threw his ass up in the air and was positioning that hole to entice you as if it's another hole? Why you didn't leave, sir? Yeah, you said she had every opportunity to leave. Why didn't you leave, sir? Huh? Yeah. You said you went into your own room. Now, I ain't heard nobody else said that they had rooms. I thought they just came and did what they did and left. Some people said that they was called back. You had your own room. Yeah. You was more like all in the family. Yeah. Yeah. Diddy gave you that STD. Why am I just not getting something that says Auntie feel about this? Baby, when I tell you my phone was stuck, I'm just not getting something out. Baby, I'm just not getting all these delays. Oh, Lord. My phone was tripping.
Domestically abusive relationships often became violent. He says Cassie manipulated him into taking ecstasy and having unprotected intercourse. And he says she would order him to touch himself for hours on end, resulting in...
How you a grown-ass man and you gonna let somebody convince you she manipulated him into... I didn't hear him say he took the E-pill. But how you gonna let some somebody that you really don't know talk you into having unprotected sex? No, that was Diddy. That was his thing. That was his thing. That wasn't her thing. That was like his thing. He didn't like that. So stop lying.
Tears, skin peeling, and scabbing to his privates. He also went on to claim that not only was Cassie not a victim, but she allegedly loved the power trip that she got from allegedly bossing around the escorts during the freak-off, and that she got off on the power trip. According to reports, Clayton Howard alleged that the singer embraced the bad boy mogul's power, resources, and influence for the purposes of alleged manipulation. He claims this is why he kept seeing them for almost a decade, since he feared they would retaliate amid an already dire financial situation. But wait, because this story gets messier. According to him, Cassie even allegedly forced him to have intercourse with her while she was on her period, and even gave him an STI in the process. Say what now? According to reports, Clayton sued Diddy and Cassie with some bombshell claims, including that she gave him an STD and forced him to have intercourse with her while she was menstruating. It gets even worse from here, because he went on to claim that somewhere along the line, Cassie allegedly got pregnant with his baby, but we have to wonder how he knew that the baby was his. On one hand, Dave claimed that Diddy never had intercourse with Diddy during the freak-off, so it makes sense that he would think the baby was his. But on the other hand, Cassie claimed that Diddy forced her to hire multiple escorts for different freak-offs. So fans think that there is a chance that Dave might be wrong about the baby being his. But be that as it may, Dave believes that the baby is his, which is why he also sued for that. And according to him, he's suing because his dealings with Diddy and Cassie left him with physical and psychological injury, lost wages and benefits, medical expenses, pain and suffering, emotional distress and mental anguish, plus loss of enjoyment of life. Now, the streets are wondering why he stayed this long before filing this lawsuit. I mean, most of the civil lawsuits against Diddy were filed in 2023 and early 2024, so why exactly did Dave wait for this long before coming forward? Fans are convinced that the best time for him to have sued Cassie was right after she won that $20 million settlement from Diddy. But according to him, the reason he waited this long was that his lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, advised him to wait until after Diddy's federal trial in order to protect Cassie's reputation, because her testimony was an important part of the Fed's entire case against Diddy. And before y'all start saying that Dave could have filed a criminal lawsuit and all that, he claimed that seeing the way the Fed's case played out in trial made him lose hope in getting any justice
thank
in the
you,
courts, especially when it
Vicky.
came to the male victims in the case.
Thank
He also claimed that
you.
the Feds refused to charge Cassie, even though she was supposedly a co-conspirator. According to TMZ, the former escort further addresses why he's going after Cassie for monetary damages rather than criminal charges, telling us the U.S. Attorney's
listened to
Office
everything
is well
except
aware that she was a
401k.
co-conspirator with Diddy, but they only cared about getting Diddy. He even accuses the government of not caring about male victims, saying it's all about Diddy, Diddy, Diddy. Child, this is a hot mess, and between the STI allegations and her getting pregnant, it does not look good for her. Anywho, fans have interesting perspectives on this, and they commented, now that Cassie has publicly admitted she has received at least $30 million, she's opened herself up to lawsuits also. The escorts themselves saw her as not only a willing participant, but an initiator. Welcome to the game, Cassie. But isn't that his job, being that he's an escort? He is an escort. He can't prove it was her that gave him the STD or that it was his baby. Next. And then sometimes the fry cook at McDonald's gets popped by grease. They knew the risk of the job, and so did you. But y'all let me know what you think in the comments, and then check out this next video.
Okay, what else we got? Hold on. What else we got? What else we got? Freak off worker revealed. Let's listen. Who is this guy? Is this him? Is he on the, and all of a sudden now they on the Art of Dialogue, or they on a Vlad?
Clayton Howard, happy to have you on the platform, my guy.
Oh my God.
Thank you very much, brother. It's a pleasure to be here. For the people that's not familiar with you, introduce yourself to the people.
Well, I'm Clayton Howard. Unfortunately, I am one of the male providers, or escorts if you want to call them, that was heavily mixed up in the Diddy and Cassie matter.
Yes, indeed. So with that being said, I want to take it from the beginning. How did you first meet Diddy and Cassie?
Wow, that's a crazy story in itself. So I
Oh,
actually
my
got
God.
incarcerated because, you know, a lot of these guys are like strippers and dancers. I'm gonna be honest. I used to be out there, you know, like I lived a very
Yeah,
different life
he
than I
being
live right now. I got into some trouble in my early 20s, so they sent me to prison. And when I got out, you know, I was in amazing shape. You know, the jail glow, big arms, big shoulders, six-pack abs. I had no problem getting women. So I was sleeping with this woman that I had like met in Manhattan or something, and she actually owned an independent agency that managed escorts. You know, from basically busting her back down, she's like, yo, you are amazing. You realize you could make money from this. So, you know, I think she's just gassing me. I'm like, baby, whatever. She's like, no, I'm serious. Look at your body. You're amazing in bed. She's like, yo, I could make money for you. What's up? And I'm like, get out of here with this. So she's coming at me for weeks with this.
So you let this woman pimp you.
Again, I had just came home.
So hold up. Every time somebody say something to you, you fall for the banana in the tailpipe. So you talking about they coerced you into it? Hell no. She pimped your ass first. So you're not a leader. You're a follower. Anytime somebody come and tell you something about some money, you easily bought. So you are a hoe. Yeah. Stop tripping.
So I had the idea to sell cock. I was like, you know what? Let's try it. You know, post me up. So let's see what happens. So
you ain't gonna get a dime.
And immediately I start getting.
You ain't gonna get a dime. You just said somebody else has told you about selling cock, and you want to say somebody gave you an STD. You want to say Cassie manipulated you? No, the lady who look at your mouth. Look at how you're holding your mouth. Yeah, nah, boo, that's what you do. That's what you do. You was doing it in prison and you came out doing it. Yeah, look at you. That's why he thought you was the way you was. That's why he stuck that ass out in the air. Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, I love it when you talk too much. Let's go. Let me back that thing up.
Yo, I could make money for you. What's up? And I'm like, get out of here with this. So she's coming at me for weeks with this art, weeks. Again, I had just came home. I'm trying to get a job. I don't want to, go back to selling rock. So I had the idea to sell cock. I was like, you know what? Let's try it. Post me up. So let's see what happens. So she posts me up. And immediately I start getting calls from like older white couples, married men with wives, late 40s, early 50s. It would turn out that would be my niche. Older white women love an in-shape, dark-skinned black man. And it was pretty profitable for a while. I want to say 60 days in is when I got the call from Cassie. Calling the woman through the agency that hired me independently. She calls me up. She says, listen, this girl saw your pictures and she's in love. She wants you to come over.
My
I'm
God.
like, what? Shorty tells me the girl sounds like she looks amazing. I said, all right, give her my number. Let me talk to her. Whatever. She sends me Cassie's number. She gives Cassie my number. Before I could even call Cassie, Cassie calls me. Hey, what's up? Dave? Yeah, what's going on? She's like, yo, I saw your pictures. I like what I saw. Is that really your, manhood? Yeah, that's mine. She's like, all right, I'm in the London hotel in New York. You want to come see me? We go through the subtle trees, and I'm called to the London. That's the first time I meet Cassie.
And when you first met her, how did that go?
When I first met her, it was dope. I was obviously surprised by how beautiful she was. I never expected a woman that gorgeous to open the door. Never. I remember when she opened the door, I was so stuck. I was looking at her like, wow, look at this woman. And she actually had...
So you was the Punisher. You fell in love with Cassie. You thought you was the only one. So you are bitter. You are a hooker scorn. Yeah.
To speak to me just to snap me out of it, like, yo, bro, hey, Dave. I'm like, oh, what's going on? So it was it was a lot to first see her, and it immediately put my guard up because she was too attractive. I'm like, why is this woman paying some guy to come here and give her a massage? She could get anybody to get her a massage. Why does she want me to get her a massage?
So now he is a coochie masseuse. So he ain't no hooker. He is a coochie massager. He is changing it, baby, ain't he? He is a hooker scorn. Now it's HOOKA. Ain't no hooker. It's hooker. A hooker scorn. Huh? Now he is a coochie masseuse. He ain't no hooker. He's a coochie masseuse. He in there massaging the cookie. Oh my God. Oh my God. They do not want to be called a prostitute, do they? Dude, you are a male. Hooker. Stop being in denial about what you are. And stop acting like you had not been manipulated by the woman before Cassie. Stop lying. And them old white women is who burnt your ass.
Out later, it had nothing to do with a massage. She wanted me to give it a works.
So how did she first bring that up to you, that she wanted to have sex with you?
Effective, healthy blood pressure support takes more than innovation.
Hold on,
It's
y'all.
excision. At Human,
To you, that she wanted to have sex with you.
Let's see. I walk into the suite with her. Beautiful suite. I'm sitting in the living room.
Provider.
For a few minutes.
My
She
provider.
offers me a drink, whatever. We're just like basically getting to know each other. She then says, let me see what you're working with. I said, okay, cool. By then I was a little drunk. I had a few drinks. I'm like, all right. I show her. She starts salivating. She's like, yeah, that's what's
Salivating.
up. She says, all right. She takes out a joint. She passes me a joint. This is when she tells me that her husband is there and he wants to watch. Now, prior to this, she never told me she was with anyone else. She tells me at this point that he's there, he's cool, he's into her being satisfied by guys that are larger than him. He's really into the lifestyle. She starts to explain to me that they're swingers. They do their little, like swinging stuff. She asked me, did I have a problem with him watching? Now, considering my past clients, I had no problem with him watching because I had done this with the 3 or 4. I actually think I had like 5 solid clients by then. And usually when husbands called me to give me their wives, they usually watched the first encounter if it went to a sexual encounter. So they would basically sit in the room and watch to make sure their wife is safe. So when, Cassie said this to me, I was kind of, I want to say, numb to the situation of someone watching me from a voyeur standpoint. So I said, cool, no problem. And he came down. He was really quiet. He had his face covered with a baseball cap. I think.
Now, y'all know, let me tell y'all something. I ain't believing it. All of a sudden, all of these cats that have already talked, all of them that have been subpoenaed because R.I.C.O, and I do like R.I.C.O because R.I.C.O gonna tell you the truth for the most part. They had already talked when they started getting subpoenas and all that shit. Y'all all saying the same thing. Now all of a sudden, it's a whole bunch of people who have heard that are voyeurism or whatever that is. This shit is new to us. All of a sudden, you got 5 or 6. So why are you acting brand new like somebody tricked you into this lifestyle and then like you didn't know nothing about it? Which one is it? Did you already have 5 or 6 solid clients? Were you already a hooker hoe before they called you? Or what? Huh? Diddy wasn't the first one who pimped your ass out. You was pimped out by the first female who back you was breaking, who said, oh shit, I can make money off of your black ass. Yeah. So which one is it? Because you act as if they tricked you, they blindsided you, they this, that, and the other. And it sound like you was already into the lifestyle. You just said the other cats were already strippers turned hooker. It sound like you you was a hooker in jail, and you came out and just flipped the script and got with women because you was breaking Benny and Bubba back in prison. I mean, what we doing? What we doing? Now, I know, every time I see you, I'm going to break this shit down. Now, I know you didn't know I was going to be on this back channel. Yeah, but keep talking, Nick Cook.
Because it had a yellow P on it and a bandana wrapped around his nose and his mouth. He spoke to me like, yeah. I said, yeah. Barely said a word. Immediately grabbed a bottle of baby oil. Went to the dark corner. Sat in the corner. Cassie comes up to me. She starts talking to me, complimenting my body, my chest. She asked Diddy, can she begin? Can she touch me? He told her no, put the baby.
Now, he said she was compliant. I mean, that she was with it. I thought it was her free will. Why do she have to ask Diddy? Can I start? Can I get with it? He said no. Did she go ahead and do it anyway? I thought y'all said that she had free will to do all of this. You come right out saying she asked Diddy. Can I? Simon says, what's that? Can I? What was that old little game folk used to play? Yeah, she has to give permission. She got to give permission. So all these people saying it was free will and she was in. As we listen, dumbass, she's getting permission. The other day, his word was command. He commanded, yeah, and he instructed him. Now we heard permission. Lord.
Oil on, and he had his.
Hold on.
There were even encounters where I remember specifically.
Oh, now you.
Baby oil on, and that was my education that night into how the next 8 years would be.
So he was cool with a man having a bigger manhood.
Hold on. I'm trying to.
Yes, he was.
I'm trying to. I think you know what, Sylvia. I think it's all these damn snippets that has my phone tied. It was not moving until I started doing these dang gone snippets. And hell, I'm trying to get one here because I want to catch they asses lying. Let's go.
Body, my chest. She asked Diddy, can she begin? Can she touch me? He told her no, put the baby oil on. And that was my education.
So he started out instructing.
The next 8 years would be.
So he was cool with a man having a bigger manhood than him. He was turned on by that.
Yes, he was. There were even encounters where I remember, can she touch me? He told her no, put the baby oil on. And that was my education that night into how the next 8 years would be.
So he was cool with a man having a bigger manhood than him. He was turned on by that.
Yes, he was. There were even encounters where I remember specifically with the gentleman who testified first for the trial, Daniel Phillip. I remember when this guy paid us for the orgy with Cassie, that he was actually looking at me and Daniel Phillip, and he was like, yo, if I had you guys, you know, like manhood, I wouldn't even have to work. I wouldn't have to do nothing. And me and Daniel Phillip looked at each other like, whoa, what the hell is he talking about? You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Wow.
Dealing with paperwork is the last thing you want.
Wow. So Diddy was turned on to them like,
So, yeah.
Do you think he hired you because you can please Cassie in ways he couldn't?
Oh, absolutely.
He hired you because he wanted to see that dandelion. Let's be clear. Since you like stroking your own ego, dude. Let's be clear. Here go. I'm going to do polar, y'all. Let's be clear. Yeah. He can't get off unless y'all there. Okay? So while he over there beating that thing, he beating that thing for you. And you know it. Yeah, you know it. That's why he threw that ass in the air. And swang it like you just don't care. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know, I don't like to talk this way about Cassie because she does deserve the respect of the confidentiality of our sexual encounter. But I think she kind of forewent that by speaking about it herself and bringing this before the media. But when I used to have sex with Cassie used to come like that. Literally like that. I don't know how, like, I watched her and Diddy have sex. He wasn't doing what I was doing. I would have sex with her in maybe 5 minutes. She'd squirt and come all over the place. She was an incredibly sexual young woman.
Dude, they say it wasn't you. Let's be clear. Stop it. Didn't you just say that they forced you into taking that pill, that EST pill? Now, I don't know nothing about it, but they say it takes you there. So stop acting like if y'all was just, I mean, since y'all be raw dogging it, like no pill, no nothing. Yeah, he feeling himself. And I guess that's a part of him selling this book and trying to get these people to be attracted to him. It's a no. It's a no. Your lips and all that still look like you into men. Okay? Okay? You don't know. And it was the pills. That's what everybody say them pills do. Yeah. So tell me a time that she did that without the pills. Yeah. Why you stroking your damn ego?
Incredibly sexual.
When was the next time y'all met up after the first meeting?
Well, after that encounter, it went for probably, I want to say, a little under a day. But the funny part is when I was leaving, Cassie actually comes to me and she's like, yo, that was great. Can you stay longer? I had been there maybe 12 hours already. So I'm like, you're going to pay me again, right? And she said, absolutely. Hold on. She goes upstairs. She gets me some money. I can't remember how much it was off the top of my head now, but she comes back. She gives me a wad of cash and she was like, yo, how long can you stay? And, you know, basically, honestly, I told her, well, how long are you going to pay me? She said, the same amount. I said, as long as you want me to stay, that's the same amount of time. You know, you give me the same amount, I'm going to give you the same time. So I stay with her. We have an excellent, you know, like encounter. It goes really well. I liked Cassie when I met her. Cassie's a very down-to-earth woman. She's polite. She has excellent energy. There's really no way you could not like Cassie when you meet her. This is the truth. She's a
fell in love.
very affable and nice person. So I was actually kind of surprised where like 2-3 weeks later, she called me again and she's like, yo, are you around? And I'm like, oh, okay. I guess you couldn't get enough. She said, no, I've been thinking about you the whole time. What's up? Can you come meet me at the same place? I said, all right. I go back to the London hotel. I meet her in the same place. The same thing happens again.
See, they fail to realize that it was not necessarily her appetite. It was Diddy's appetite. See, that's what they fail to realize. And I don't necessarily know if they fail to realize it or if that's what they've been instructed. Yeah. That was his appetite for you. Not necessarily her appetite for you. Pay attention, sir.
As far as the baby oil, the stages of a freak off until we finally had intercourse, and then I left till the next time.
Did they give you any rules when it came to the freak offs?
I never was given a role. I was never even told the name of this was a freak off. The truth is, the only time I was ever told or given a name for what these was is the time that me, the first guy who testified, Daniel Phillip, and Diddy actually ran a train on Cassie. And Diddy himself and Cassie called it a sexathon, but they never called it a freak off. The first, I've heard freak offs, you know, because I'm from the hood. People, we all know what freak offs is.
I ain't never heard them.
Like commercially, publicly, as far as with this case, until I started hearing this and with Cassie putting the lawsuit and the fact that the U.S. Attorney's Office was marketing him as making these freak offs. U.S. Attorney's Office was marketing him as making these freak offs.
So Daniel Phillips, he had an orgy with Diddy and Cassie, and they called it a sexathon?
Yes, Diddy and Cassie themselves referred it to a sexathon, but they called me. Daniel Phillip was already there. Cassie actually calls me, and she's like, yo, you know, do you mind watching me with another guy? And I did, you know, because I had never been involved with her and someone else. I kind of really thought it was a monogamous situation.
There we go again. He thought it was just him. He thought he was special. He thought his thing was the best thing since sliced cheese, gummy cheese, baby. And now your feelings hurt just like the Punisher. Y'all, you thought you was me and Mrs. Jones. We got a hooker thing going on.
Well endowed, and she just needed somebody to fill her and satisfy her. So I really believed at this time that was my role, that I was only being called in because this rich and powerful guy could not satisfy his woman. It wasn't it wasn't until I got in this freak off that I saw her like in front of Daniel Phillip and Diddy with like, you know, 2 penises in her face that I was realizing like, wow, this chick is not what you think. It was actually a little hurtful, I'll be honest.
Yep, your feelings was hurt.
It was a little heartbreaking when I had to walk in there and see her with penises in her face and to be completely engaged in it, like, oh, like she loves it. I'm gonna be honest with you, I did look at her different.
Yeah. You said this lasted 2 days, right?
You thought you was the only one. You thought you was special.
I know y'all not having sex for 2 days straight, so what is y'all doing in between time?
It's in like stages or what you want to call like sessions. So let's say like in that encounter, I remember specifically like myself, Daniel Phillip, and Diddy might, you know, all 3 run a train on her. She gets a little exhausted, so she needs a break. They go into the master suite. Me and Daniel Phillip wait in the other room until they're ready again. So basically what happens is you have the session until Cassie has an orgasm. Once Cassie has an orgasm, she usually needs a break. So she'll retire to the master suite, and we're forced to pretty much sit there and wait till she's recuperated enough to come back for another orgasm. And that's how it would last 2-3 days. Let's say we had sex with her for an hour or 2. She might take an hour and a half break. She'll come back, she wants some more. Then she might go take a 2 or 3 hour break. She'll come back, she wants some more. That's pretty much how it went so long.
And where were y'all climax at? Would y'all do that on Cassie, or would y'all get a towel and, you know, I don't know, how does that work?
Well, we all wore condoms this encounter because it was 3 of us there, and I'm pretty sure she didn't want to like blow up the fact that she was just sleeping with everybody raw. So this encounter,
you can't speak for her. You can't speak for her, because when you start speaking for her, you try to make it as if that is the truth. Just like you trying to speak about what was said before you got there. You don't know. That's why your ass feelings was hurt when you got there and you saw that there was other penises there. So you don't be knowing what be going on until your ass get there. My point exactly. You overspeak yourself. That's why your ass ain't gonna get a dime. Yeah. You missed that Monty hunty. Shit.
The objective is like if you ejaculated to take the condom off and kind of like try to put it on her. I was honestly grossed out by this encounter. I don't think I actually ejaculated the entire time because she used to like she would orgasm so quick that she would be like wait because she came and she would push me up. And this literally went on for 2 days where like she would orgasm, I would get close and I wouldn't. So you can imagine the experience, the feeling of blue balls I had leaving there, continually having sex with this woman and never orgasming.
Right. So you was in the sister thing. Not only was you watching.
Well, how in the did she get pregnant? You gonna make me drop the phone. You gonna make me drop the phone up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind trying to come up with these painted pictures. How in the did she get pregnant if you never orgasm? If your ass walked out with blue balls, how in the did she get pregnant? And hell, I thought you got blue balls from not doing something. From not, okay. Yeah, how she get pregnant? Yeah, he gonna get paid through clicks and views. He gonna get paid by interviews. Cause if I can catch your lies, I know good and damn well a paid attorney can. I guess I'm in the wrong field. Shit.
Involved too.
I joined in because Diddy, when I got to the apartment, I really didn't want to do it. But Diddy comes to me after like maybe 30 minutes sitting there like, what's up, Playboy? What you going to do? It was either put out or get out. So I kind of had to put out and engage in the situation.
So I thought Cassie was the one who was running and Diddy really never said nothing. So Diddy was finna put your ass out because you couldn't perform. Yeah. Because he's recording and he got y'all live streaming somewhere making money off y'all asses. You done got pimped 2 or 3 times and you just don't know it. So, but I thought you said, Diddy, it was all Cassie. Ain't that what he said? She was orchestrating it. She called the shot. She this, she that. Diddy said, look here, Playboy. Yeah, what you doing? Huh? You said it's either put up or shut up. Or get your ass up out of here. Yeah, keep talking. You ain't gonna get a dime.
Involved too.
I joined in because Diddy, when I got to the apartment, I really didn't want to do it. But Diddy comes to me after like maybe 30 minutes sitting there, like, what's up, Playboy? What you gonna do? It was either put out or get out. So I kind of had to put out and engage in the situation or leave.
Mm-hmm. Cause he's the pimp.
They don't play. Put out and get out.
yeah, Cassie, man. I didn't know she was getting busy like that, man. Damn.
That's Diddy.
Like even it's kind of funny because I think I was telling you, like, you know, now that I've gone public, a lot of other providers are reaching out to me that saw Cassie, and they're like, bro, you got so much courage, bro, because everything you're saying is right. She was with this. This is what she did, and we tried to tell the U.S. attorney. They didn't want to listen to it.
No, sir, because you failed to realize that she was instructed before your black ugly ass got there. That's what you failed to realize. So the same way he stepped to you and asked you what? Yeah, you had to put out or get out. Yeah, she had to put out or get beat up. Understand? You understand? Yeah.
And the longest freak off you had.
But see, this is why men think no mean yes. That's why they a lot of times they are in sync with that. But she was still moving her body. She was still into it. Yeah, she really didn't want to stop. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all can't see past shit. No, I'm still saying no. No. For whatever reason. You still moving. Yeah, but I'm almost. Yeah. Yeah, y'all going too hard to try to make it be about Cassie. Yeah. Y'all trying too hard.
In Miami?
Yes, it was.
Break that down, if you don't mind.
That was a lot of drugs, a lot of alcohol. Yes, it was.
Break that down.
And they're like, bro, you got so much courage, bro, because everything you're saying is right. She was with this. This is what she did. And we tried to tell the U.S. attorney. They didn't want to listen to us.
And the longest freak off you had with Cassie was 4 days, right? In Miami?
Yes, it was.
Break that down, if you don't mind.
That was a lot of drugs, a lot of alcohol. It just, you know something, like you didn't even realize when you were in these encounters that they went so long. Especially if they like convince you to take the drug, because the thing about ecstasy and Molly, those type of drugs,
if they, who is they? Who is they? I thought it was just Cassie, sir. Who is they? Especially if they convince you to take the drugs. Oh, okay. So Diddy convinced you to take them? Yeah. The same one who says, say, Playboy, what you gonna do? You have to put out or get out?
They're not drugs that suppress you. They don't numb you. They hide. That was a lot of drugs, a lot of alcohol. It just...
The empire.
Like you didn't even realize when you were in these encounters that they went so long. Especially if they like convince you to take the drug, because the thing about ecstasy and Molly, those type of drugs, is they're not drugs that suppress you. They don't numb you. They heighten everything. So if you take them, you have a bunch of energy, and like your nerves, or every nerve in your body is alive because you have the sexual sensation to continue to go forward.
Exactly, sir. So stop taking credit of the pill like it's you. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. Because you tried to paint this picture like, you know, you just Dr. Dangling and like your shit just got people like Niagara Falls. No, it's those 2 pills that you was taking and they were taking. So that's how y'all got there. Stop stroking your, well, you know.
With drugs like these, you just stay up and you don't even realize that you're up so long because you're kind of like having fun. You feel good, so you're constantly having sex. Before you know it, you start in the morning, it's nighttime. You might doze off for maybe 30 minutes, start having sex again. By the time you finish, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. We fall asleep for a few hours. We wake up 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning, order breakfast, start again. And before you know it, you're 3-4 days in, dehydrated, brain feel like marshmallow from all the drugs that you've been taking for 3 or 4 days, and your body's sore, you're marked up. Like I used to be bruised as far as my penile shaft from obsessive masturbation of her standing there making me stroke myself so she can see my member. I don't recall the extended sessions that were 3-4 days to ever end well. Like I was always bruised up. I always had like scarring and tears on my penis. I would always be completely dehydrated and out of it for days. The long encounters were usually the worst.
Yeah, but you said, hold on. Oh, you commercial. But you said Diddy made you do it. Yeah, Diddy made you do that. Not Cassie. Diddy made you do it. He said, what'd he say? I can't think. Diddy made you do it. He the one stepped to you and asked you what you doing. You had to put out or get out. That was between you and Diddy. Yeah. Keep talking. Are you finished? I think you finished, boo. I think you finished.
Style.
You done talked yourself into the truth. Yeah, you took pills. You got high with them. Yeah. So stop stroking your ego like you. Yeah. No, Diddy made you do it. She didn't make you do nothing. But one thing is clear: you are most definitely a follower and not a leader. Most definitely not a leader. But you got paid to have that raw skin. You got paid well. You asked, was it still some more money? If I go longer, is it still more money? And he said, yeah. And you said, well, shit. I'll stick that Bengay on it. I'll soak it in some Epstein. I don't know what I'm gonna do. But I'm all shit. I need that money. Show me the money. You was Jerry Maguire. Show me the money. Well, hell, he would like that too, ain't he? Oh, Lord. Let's go here.
New bombshell allegation.
Let's go.
Kanye West locked his former assistant in a room in his private
kidnapping
jet as he masturbated in front of
kidnapping.
her. Later, he admitted he sexually... New bombshell allegations. Kanye West locked his former assistant in a room in his private jet as he masturbated in front of her. Later, he admitted he sexually assaulted...
You nasty dog.
New bombshell allegations. Kanye West locked his former assistant in a room in his private jet as he masturbated in front of her. Later, he admitted he sexually assaulted her while she was unconscious. These are just a few of
unconscious
the claims in a civil filing against the
unconscious.
We've got our new bombshell allegations.
You too? Yeah, this is the You Too movement.
Private jet as he masturbated in front of her. Later, he admitted he sexually assaulted her while she was unconscious.
You
These
too.
are just a few of the new shocking claims in a civil filing against the disgraced star. We've got our hands on the court docs and we're breaking down all the allegations.
You Too movement.
This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Hey, Sierra, baby, this is most definitely scandalous. I was not expecting this. You Too.
The rapper formerly known as Kanye West, now known as Ye, is also known for controversy. I mean, just this year, he promoted swastika t-shirts in a Super Bowl ad. And later, he called his ex-wife Kim Kardashian a sex trafficker. And now that same term is actually being pointed back at him in court documents, no less. Ye's former assistant, Lauren Pashota, first filed civil suit against him last year, but just this week she amended her lawsuit with even more bombshell allegations. So let's start at the top. What all is she alleging? Well, there are 11 counts in all in this civil lawsuit, including hostile work environment, sexual harassment, assault, battery, sexual battery, sex trafficking, failure to prevent harassment, discrimination, and retaliation, gender discrimination, stalking, false imprisonment, promissory estoppel, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. And now is a really good time to remind you that Ye has not been charged criminally. These are all civil allegations, and he has denied them. So all of the allegations we're talking about today come from the lawsuit. So back to that. Pashota and her team, they've come out swinging. Here's how they describe the defendant, Kanye West, or Ye. Quote, Ye is a sexual abuser, sexual harasser, online bully, anti-Semite, bigot, and misogynist who proudly boasts about being all these things. Although he was once a globally recognized rap artist who catapulted to worldwide fame in the early 2000s to become one of the most prominent and influential figures in the entertainment and fashion industries, in more recent years, Ye has become more notable for spewing hate and bragging about sexual harassment than any of his artistic endeavors. And the lawsuit goes on to state examples like what I talked about at the top of this episode. I mean, the Kim Kardashian sex trafficking allegations, the Super Bowl ad, or even him wearing a KKK outfit. Quote, Ye has unequivocally declared himself as a Nazi, has worn clothing typically identified with the Ku Klux Klan, and has used his platform and power to spread messages of hate. More recently, Ye has boasted about his sexually harassing behavior in the workplace and has proudly admitted that he is both a sexual assaulter, controller, subjugator, and harasser of the women who work for him. Ye also uses his platform and following to harass public and private figures alike, and is fully aware his fans will engage in bullying and harassment against his chosen victims. One of these quote-unquote chosen victims is the plaintiff, Lauren Pashota. She's known mostly for her career as an OnlyFans model and, of course, as Kanye's former assistant. Here's how the lawsuit describes her. Ms. Pashota is an experienced and successful talent manager, social media influencer, and model who has extensive experience in the music and fashion industry. Pashota's work with Kanye West started back in 2021, and she signed on to perform A&R work for his album, Donda. Now, he promised her at the time, according to the lawsuit, that this will make her career better. Back to the lawsuit quote, instead of advancing Ms. Pashota's career in the music industry, Ye destroyed it. Ye subjected Ms. Pashota to obscene comments about her body, demanded she wear tight-fitting clothing, groped her on a regular basis, forced her to watch Ye perform sexual acts with other women, sent her sexually explicit pictures and demanded she do the same, and repeatedly demanded that she join his sexual encounters, which she refused. On one occasion, Ye attempted to vaginally penetrate Ms. Pashota with his fingers. On another occasion, he orally raped her without her consent. Both assaults occurred during the course of Ms. Pashota's employment. And we'll get into the specifics for all of that because, unfortunately, there are some pretty graphic and disturbing allegations that are ahead. But Pashota also notes in the start of her lawsuit that she worked with him amidst all of these allegations for about 2 years before she says he wrongfully terminated her. Quote, after multiple failed attempts at coercing Ms. Pashota to engage in sexual acts with him, including an incident where Ye locked Ms. Pashota in a bedroom and forced her to watch him masturbate against her will, he abruptly terminated Ms. Pashota's employment. So she's fired, she says wrongfully, but then Pashota says Kanye followed her and continued to attempt to control her life. Quote, even after terminating Ms. Pashota, Ye continued to subjugate and intimidate her through assault, battery, stalking, and harassment. After he terminated Ms. Pashota, Ye moved into a unit in her apartment complex, placing her in fear for her safety. On one occasion, Ye forcibly grabs Ms. Pashota by the throat. When Ms. Pashota eventually relocated to Florida to escape him, Ye hired a third party to harass Ms. Pashota by falsely reporting non-existent emergencies and incidents, as well as requesting bogus services and deliveries to her residence. That's an overview of what she said everything happened, but let's move on to the specifics and start at the top. Okay, so Pashota gets this job with Ye, and she starts off as his assistant. And she has multiple different roles she has to fulfill while she's his assistant. So she has to do things like managing his finances, his schedule, and his appointments. She's his point person of contact. If he has any errands that need to be run, she does those. Everything that he needed at all times 24/7 is basically what she had to do. And again, she worked with him for 2 years. By the way, she was promoted at one point to his chief of staff during all of this. And at first, she says he seemed cool. He seemed to really like her, saying she had good ideas, they could really work well together, and he seemed to respect her. He wanted her opinion, and he said, okay, Lauren, this is gonna help further your career. And she says in the lawsuit, this gave her confidence. She liked her coworker, she liked her employer. But then, according to her, it all changed. She specifically says in the lawsuit, he had an iron grasp on her. And here's an example of when something went wrong. Quote, during their stay at the San Francisco hotel where Donda was being created, Ye sexually harassed and assaulted Miss Pashota on multiple occasions. On more than one occasion, Ye attempted to kiss Miss Pashota on the lips. On each occasion, Miss Pashota deflected his advances by moving away and making statements such as, that's not professional, in a lighthearted tone, to diffuse the impact of rejecting his advances. On one occasion, Miss Pashota was unable to evade Ye's attempt, and he grabbed her and forcefully kissed her on the mouth. Miss Pashota immediately pulled away from his grasp. I wanted to start with this because these are some of the newer allegations in this amended complaint, that he forcefully kissed her, and there's more. Later, according to the complaint, a new allegation, Ye says, okay, everyone leave, out of the hotel room, everyone leaves. However, later he says, hey, Lauren, come on back. So she's the only one who comes back. Ye then asks her, hey, take a seat on my bed, lay down with me, actually. And she says, no, I'm just gonna take a seat. And then, according to the lawsuit, Ye starts talking about having sex with other women and their genitals. Ye then attempted to kiss Miss Pashota, who continued to deflect his advances. As Ye lay next to Miss Pashota, he asked her questions about her vagina, such as, what's it like? Can I touch it? And I just want to see what it's like. Miss Pashota told Ye this behavior was not professional. As Ye spoke to Miss Pashota, he stroked his penis over his pants with one hand and forcibly touched her vagina with the other hand. Miss Pashota immediately told Ye to stop. Ye soon fell asleep mid-sentence. Miss Pashota left the room once Ye fell asleep. So that's a shocking and disturbing allegation, but in the same time frame, yet another incident allegedly occurred. According to the lawsuit, Ye demanded, hey, Lauren, I gotta use your shower. So he does, she allows it, and he comes out with only a towel on. Quote, Ye dropped the towel from his waist to expose his penis, removed Miss Pashota from the chair she was sitting in, and pushed Miss Pashota onto the bed so that she was pinned against its pillows and headboard. Ye used his body to pin and restrain Miss Pashota, restricting her movement and preventing her from leaving the bed. He then thrust his penis repeatedly into Miss Pashota's face against her will. As Miss Pashota frantically pled for Ye to stop, Ye forced his penis into her mouth. Miss Pashota froze in shock and fear, but continued to plead with Ye and beg him to stop. After some time, Ye ended the rape, apologized, and exited Miss Pashota's hotel room. According to the lawsuit, Pashota said she confronted Ye afterward and said, what was this all about? What were you doing? That was so inappropriate. And she says that Ye apologized. According to the lawsuit, Pashota said, okay, I'm satisfied with all of this. I'm going to keep working with him. It was still a lot, but I'm going to push through this. However, more things just kept on happening. Ye's demands were so frequent and extensive that he required Miss Pashota to ask for his permission to perform essential daily functions, such as taking a shower, and to leave the office even when she worked until after midnight. And when she was working, according to the lawsuit, she was subjected to things like verbal abuse, racism, sexual abuse. So let's break those all down. First, the verbal abuse. Quote, Ye frequently yelled at Miss Pashota to berate and degrade her if he was unsatisfied. Ye seemed to specifically enjoy verbally abusing and degrading Miss Pashota in front of other men in an assertion of his dominance and her subjugation. There was also the racism and anti-Semitism on a daily basis, according to the lawsuit. Quote, on multiple occasions, Ye demanded that his assistants and their employees draw swastikas in the workplace. And then, of course, there's the sexual abuse. Ye openly performed sexual acts with women at the Yeezy office and bragged about it to Ms. Pashota. Sent Ms. Pashota lewd and obscene text messages where he detailed sexual fantasies about her, demanded Ms. Pashota send him explicit material, including topless and nude photographs, constantly remarked on her body, discussed his sex and porn addictions, and detailed his sexual experiences and fantasies with other women. Ye also showed Ms. Pashota sexually explicit content he demanded from other employees, including sexual messages, images, and videos. On one occasion, Ye video called Ms. Pashota while he was engaging in sexual acts with a woman. When Ms. Pashota saw Ye in person, Ye demanded Ms. Pashota wear specific articles of clothing, such as tight black leggings that exposed the shape of her body or high heels. Additionally, Ye constantly commented on how small Ms. Pashota's waist was, how attractive she was, and how he loved the shape of her body. Ye constantly told Ms. Pashota how he wanted to have sex with her and how he thought about her while he had sex with other women. Pashota also alleges in her lawsuit that Ye wanted to lure her into having group sex. So he told her she'd have to come somewhere. Hey, come deliver something for me, meet up with me here, whatever. She would get there and then walk in on group sex, again, according to the allegations in the lawsuit. In separate allegations, she says that Ye offered her as a quote-unquote gift to other men to have sex with. And additionally, remember, she's an OnlyFans model. He also went onto her OnlyFans account. Ye obtained access to her OnlyFans content and constantly demanded Ms. Pashota send him additional videos and photos that she did not post on social media or on her OnlyFans account. Ye also took screenshots of numerous photos Ms. Pashota posted to her social media accounts and sent them to Ms. Pashota with comments like, crazy, your waist is so small, and I want to see more. Pashota says in the lawsuit that she reluctantly decided to send Ye these photos because she was afraid of being fired or publicly humiliated or both. In August of 2022, the lawsuit alleges that Ye says, okay, Lauren, delete your OnlyFans. I'll give you $1 million in return. She says in the past 7 months, she had received a salary of about $1 million from the OnlyFans. So she thought, okay, great, I'll do that. A fair trade, whatever. She does that, deletes her account, loses her following, but doesn't get paid from Ye.
Creeper.
She decides not to start up her page again, though, because she's worried, okay, if I start my page up again, then perhaps he'll start to think, okay, she has her OnlyFans, I'm not going to pay her. It was kind of a vicious circle. Long story short, she says he wouldn't pay. And again, all of these claims are per the lawsuit. But perhaps what might be the most startling about all of this is that according to the lawsuit, Ye admitted that he sexually assaulted Lauren Pashota while she was unconscious in or around 2015. So here's what happened. Ye's talking about when he and Pashota were, quote, hooking up. And according to the lawsuit, Pashota says, I was stunned. I didn't know what he was saying. Back to the lawsuit, quote, Ye then told Ms. Pashota that in 2015 at a music studio session in Santa Monica, California, Ye sexually assaulted Ms. Pashota. Ms. Pashota continued to refute all of Ye's claims that they engaged in a consensual sexual encounter. Ye responded, women love to say they don't remember. Pashota says in the lawsuit, she recalls having a drink that night. She says she didn't drink very much, and then that's it. That's all she remembers. So later, she thought perhaps she had been drugged during this incident. And there's a separate incident too, in October 2023. Now this is on a flight, a private jet from Paris to Los Angeles.
Unconscious.
When Ye allegedly locked her in a room on the plane, quote, Ye then retreated to his bed and began to masturbate. Without any means of leaving the locked room, Ms. Pashota was forced to remain in the room as Ye continued masturbating. When Ye fell asleep, Ms. Pashota frantically contacted other employees on board to see if anyone was awake so they could open the door from the outside, and cried into her lap as she hoped someone would be awake to let her out. Ms. Pashota was eventually freed from the room when someone opened the door from the outside. Very startling and disturbing allegation. there. She also talks about some of the things where he would cross the line, that Ye would ask about her relationships. He would allegedly say he would masturbate while thinking about her. At work, she says that he would take women into the changing rooms and then brag about having sex with them. But all in all, he ended up firing her. Quote, in late fall of 2023, Ye abruptly terminated Ms. Pisciotta's employment. Despite ending the employment relationship, Ye's harassment persisted. On or around November 13th, 2022, Ms. Pisciotta ran into Ye at a concert. When Ms. Pisciotta walked by Ye, he stated, I always knew what I would do to you.
Now hold on, y'all. Now didn't he tell Jane Doe to stop her fans only?
About when he and Pisciotta were, quote, hooking up. And according to the lawsuit, Pisciotta says, I was stunned. I didn't know what he was saying. Back to the lawsuit, quote, Ye then told Ms. Pisciotta that in 2015 at a music studio session in Santa Monica, California, Ye sexually assaulted Ms. Pisciotta. Ms. Pisciotta continued to refute all of Ye's claims that they engaged in a consensual sexual encounter. Ye responded, women love to say they don't remember. Pisciotta says in the lawsuit, she recalls having a drink that night. She says she didn't drink very much, and then that's it. That's all she remembers. So later, she thought perhaps she had been drugged during this incident. And there's a separate incident too, in October 2023. Now this is on a flight, a private jet from Paris to Los Angeles, when Ye allegedly locked her in a room on the plane, quote. Ye then retreated to his bed and began to masturbate. Without any means of leaving the locked room, Ms. Pisciotta was forced to remain in the room as Ye continued masturbating. When Ye fell asleep, Ms. Pisciotta frantically contacted other employees on board to see if anyone was awake so they could open the door from the outside, and cried into her lap as she hoped someone would be awake to let her out. Ms. Pisciotta was eventually freed from the room when someone opened the door from the outside. Very startling and disturbing allegation there. She also talks about some of the things where he would cross the line, that Ye would ask about her relationships. He would allegedly say he would masturbate while thinking about her. At work, she says that he would take women into the changing rooms and then brag about having sex with them. But all in all, he ended up firing her. Quote, in late fall of 2023, Ye abruptly terminated Ms. Pisciotta's employment. Despite ending the employment relationship, Ye's harassment persisted. On or around November 13th, 2022, Ms. Pisciotta ran into Ye at a concert. When Ms. Pisciotta walked by Ye, he stated, I always knew what I would do to you if I ever saw you again. Ye then reached out with his hand, grabbed Ms. Pisciotta's neck, and squeezed his hand around her throat, restricting her airflow. With his hand still around her neck, Ye pulled Ms. Pisciotta's face toward his, inserted his tongue in her ear, and licked her ear repeatedly, causing it to wet with his saliva. Pisciotta recoiled in horror and quickly walked away. After this, and after Pisciotta is fired, she says that Ye moved into the same apartment complex where she lived. During the time Ye resided in Ms. Pisciotta's complex, he frequently walked past her apartment in a conspicuous manner. Additionally, Ye stationed his security team at various points in the complex, preventing Ms. Pisciotta from being able to leave her apartment complex without running into Ye's security team or Ye himself. Ms. Pisciotta subsequently relocated to Florida as a means of escaping Ye. But according to the lawsuit, she wasn't able to escape. On June 3rd, 2024, she filed the original complaint. Then on June 9th, 2024, she says Ye hired someone to start swatting her, which is making false 911 calls about emergencies. She says she was getting bombarded. The reports were kind of crazy, like she was abusing children or that she had murdered her own mother. According to the lawsuit, she was also threatened. Quote, around this time, Ms. Pisciotta began to receive phone calls from individuals who warned her not to pursue her lawsuit and cautioned her that she would not prevail against Ye. This further amplified her already significant concern for her safety. Since her initial filing, Ye has made a lot of tweets that are somewhat incriminating. Some of them are too graphic to read, the ones that were listed in the lawsuit, but here are a few of them. Quote, I used to F employees in my office. A different one. Life is about using your position to F the baddest B word. Her initial filing,
Ye has made a lot of tweets that are somewhat incriminating. Some of them are too graphic to read, the ones that were listed in the lawsuit, but here are a few of them. Quote, I used to F employees in my office. A different one. Life is about using your position to F the baddest B words possible. I need all B words to dress like they're trying to me too me. If a B word don't me too me, she don't know how to get money. I'm a walking me too. I'm a big time perv. If a B word don't let me smash, we not friends. If a CEO don't hug you inappropriately, he's a F word. Some women actually fantasize about getting raped. F her first, ask questions later. Why wear clothes? Save that for when you're older. Sometimes I think, wow, I have a rape allegation. Life is funny like that. There is a lot to unpack in this case.
Wow.
Let's bring on our guest to learn a little bit more. It's criminal defense attorney John Day. Thank you for coming on with us today, John. And I wanted to ask you, what are you thinking about these new allegations? We've already heard some in the past, but these ones are new.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So, this isn't happening in a vacuum. What has happened recently that might overlap with what we're seeing in this Kanye case? It's the Diddy trial, which wrapped up. The Diddy trial had all these allegations of sex trafficking, trafficking for prostitution, a lot of things, even though they're not identical to the allegations in this new second amended complaint. I think one of the points is that there's been this sort of public airing of all this, the charges, the criminal cases, and suddenly there's attention being paid to the idea of sex trafficking, of that sort of sexual abuse that came out in the Diddy trial. And coincidentally or not, suddenly some of these issues wind up in this new complaint. They hadn't been in the initial complaint. There had been allegations of sexual harassment, but this is really graphic, really vivid detail that we hadn't seen previously. And I think we have to ask ourselves, again, not happening in a vacuum. It's following in time the Diddy trial and actually the Weinstein trial too. So what we're seeing is this very public series, this pattern of allegations being made. And these hadn't been made in the first complaint.
I was actually at the Diddy trial. I followed it every single day. And you're right. Immediately when I saw the sex trafficking edition, I thought of Diddy. There's no way that you can't, especially after this highly publicized trial. And so I'm wondering, in your opinion, plaintiff Lauren Pashota, did she add it because of the Diddy trial, that she thought, okay, other women came forward, saw the verdict, and then thought, okay, I'm going to tell my story too?
It's certainly possible. We don't know. No one's said that publicly, but you can't separate the fact that this did happen subsequent in time to what we saw was weeks and weeks of testimony. And again, that was very vivid, disturbing testimony about victims talking about sex trafficking and all the abuse that was taking place. And now we're seeing the second complaint alleging things that are somewhat similar. I mean, the stuff that we're seeing in this complaint it's incredibly vivid, it's incredibly disturbing. And you have to raise the question, or at least ask, why wasn't it in the initial filing? Of course, you're allowed to certainly amend things like that. But I think if I were looking at this objectively, I'd say that's some pretty interesting, horrifying stuff. And if it occurred prior to this filing of the second complaint, why didn't we see it before?
I do have to ask one more question about the whole Diddy thing, because the way that we saw the verdict come down, obviously it was split and he was convicted on transportation to engage in prostitution. But the two sex trafficking charges that he had, he was found not guilty on. And now all of a sudden we have these Kanye allegations. And I do want to again specify for our viewers, we're talking civil when it's Kanye or Ye, and it was criminal with Diddy and he's now been acquitted. But I don't know. I mean, doesn't that make it hard to prove? We just saw it in the Diddy case. Sex trafficking is hard to prove.
It's hard to prove. And again, you're right. The standard in a civil case, it's preponderance of the evidence. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Generally, that means it's somewhat easier to prove in a civil trial in front of a jury, for example. But I think, you have to ask the question, again, why wasn't it in the initial pleading if it occurred? But is it part of the whole public consciousness of things like sex trafficking? And I think people learned a lot, even though there was an acquittal on those charges for Diddy. I think people who were watching the trial, who were following that, who maybe had not been familiar with that kind of criminal charge before or watched that process of the justice system, I think people learned a lot about it. I think you have to wonder, well, is this trying to tag team that happened in the Diddy case. Now that people's consciousness is raised, now that people have this education, did her lawyers think we better amend our complaint? And anyone can allege anything in a complaint. You've got to prove it up, of course, if you want to be successful. But it did follow in time this sort of public awareness of those kind of charges.
It's still a question mark, to your point. We don't know why she added these allegations now at this time. And again, over and over, it's civil. But let's talk about the allegations that she added, talking about an instance where he allegedly orally raped her, or there was a different instance where he kind of locked her in a plane in a private room in a private jet and was masturbating in front of her. These are pretty serious allegations, I'm just going to say. However, are they tough to prove in a way in that they happened a while ago? We don't have DNA. There's probably no video or photo evidence, things like that.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how they back this up. I mean, is there contemporaneous statements to her friends, to doctors, to therapists?
Sir, listen, he bragged about he bragged about being a pervert. He bragged about being a apist. He bragged about it. I mean, so what is it to prove? I mean, are we on the same page? Didn't he brag about it? So, no, this is criminal. And all she has to do is play his words. He admitted to being a predator, a cookie monster, forcing himself. He said that's what CEOs do. That's what Diddy taught me. Yeah, I'm forever indebted to you. You're my hero. I do what Diddy do. This is the U2 movement. U2? Diddy got you doing this too? It's the new U2 movement. Diddy made me do it. Let's go.
To anyone who can testify that she told me about this at that time. Of course, in a criminal trial, you always want to say, well, the victims, we want to be able to believe the victims. That's what prosecutors will say. That's what victim advocates will say. And so in a civil case, you have to also establish, you've got to have something to back that up if you want to succeed in front of a jury, even though the standard, of course, is lower than the criminal
His
case.
own words.
What were the contemporaneous evidence that she had, if there is any, for example? That would be certainly helpful in proving your case. Were there text messages to friends? Were there diary entries? Were there calls to family members? Was there something that's going to be able to show a jury? At the time this was happening, it was disturbing, and she was reporting it to people. Of course, the Kanye's team has come back. When the first complaint was filed, they fought back pretty hard. They said, we're going to countersue. She was just doing this to blackmail, to get some money, to extort. They fought back hard. We haven't seen that necessarily in this case, and it's sort of curious that there was not sort of an immediate response as there was in the filing of the first complaint.
His response was to go to Diddy's trial to try to listen in to how this was going to go and listen in to how the defense debunk what was said so that he can use that same technique and terminology. That's what he was there for. Yeah.
But their defense immediately after that first complaint was filed was basically she's just after money. She lived this lifestyle. She was a participant. The same kind of thing we saw the defense say in the Diddy trial, and it worked there.
I did wonder about that too, with the Ye team responding initially, because she first filed this last year, and then now we haven't heard that much from them. And I wonder if it's the additions that have been made to this new complaint. We talked about those pretty stark sexual assault allegations, but then they also listed a couple of receipts from 2025. Ye is known to be crazy, I'm just gonna say, on Twitter or X, whatever you call it. He tweets a lot of things that rub people the wrong way or are racist or anti-Semitic, and they have a whole list in this second amended complaint of things that he says, and I'm wondering, could the tweets that he tweeted out or things that he said in interviews be used against him?
Again, is this a coincidence or is this a strategy? We've seen those recent Ye postings that were anti-Semitic. And of course, in this second amended complaint, there are allegations of anti-Semitic behavior. We also see allegations here of subsequent or after the filing of the first complaint, she's alleging that there was swatting taking place. You know, where somebody calls the police and alleges something falsely happening at an address. The police go to that address and it turns out to be a false call. Someone is trying to harass somebody else. Now that's what she's alleging in this case happened to her after she filed the complaint.
And if that's the case, the swatting situation, she reports at multiple different times allegations that she had murdered her mother or different situations where police had to go to her home, her residence. I'm wondering, there would be some sort of documentation from police who went there, right? That they could corroborate these allegations?
There would be. And what's curious about that is if there was that documentation, if there was that evidence, at the time, why was nothing done at the time? Why was nobody charged if it's going to be able to be traced back? You'd think that something like that, where there's a false police call.
Sir, they do it every day on YouTube. They do it every day on YouTube. That's the new troll. That's trolling. Okay? And yeah, they don't do police reports. They just go along with the program. Yeah, sometimes that's you know, we cool, it's funny, or sometimes I guess it could be a term of endurement. Where he must miss me, or my cookie good. You know, people who are over sexual, who think that they shit is the best shit, would take that as, oh, that just he doing that because he missed my cookie, you know. So, but people do that every day on YouTube, so that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing.
Especially to someone who was at that point prominently involved in a lawsuit against Ye. Why wasn't something done? Why weren't there charges brought? So that's going to be something that they're going to have to prove up. Like, how do they establish that, if that's the allegation, that it came from him or his people?
There were also allegations kind of in the end of this amended complaint, after talking about the swatting, that he allegedly threatened her, or people, maybe not Ye specifically, but people from his team had threatened her about coming forward.
But at least I can say we didn't hear nothing like that with Diddy. So that's his own little hang up. Yeah, we didn't hear nothing about prank calls and stuff. Diddy met you at your house, your boyfriend's house, and all that type of stuff. You know, so at least he didn't copy that from Diddy. But a lot of this stuff sounds remotely similar. Very, very much so.
How do we corroborate that?
Well, it's going to have to be a digital trail or a paper trail or witnesses. But remember, this is one of the issues that came up even in the Diddy trial, since we're talking about these things happening so close in time. There were the thoughts that, well, are people who testified, and now that he really was acquitted of the most serious charges, Diddy, I mean, in the criminal case, are people afraid? Does that raise the level of fear of for people who wind up testifying against these very powerful figures in the entertainment business? And I think this is one of the issues that's raised in the Second Amendment complaint. At least it suggests that the retaliation for her filing her complaint was pretty serious and pretty disturbing.
It's so incredible, the parallels that we're seeing between Diddy and Kanye in all of this. And of course, we know that Diddy all started with civil lawsuits and civil allegations, namely Cassie, and then into the many others that followed. And again, here I have to state that Kanye, or Ye, has not been charged criminally in any way. But I'm wondering, could this pave the way to a criminal investigation?
Absolutely.
Yeah, good question. Again, remember, we saw that with the Weinstein case. We saw that in Diddy. And when you have a civil case that puts the case together and then law enforcement gets interested, I mean, that was the way that the Diddy trial went. And does that mean that that's going to happen here? We don't know. We don't know the strength of the claims that the civil lawyers have brought in her case. But you have to wonder, is this going to be the first step of a prosecution? You know, getting back to the allegations, those are certainly things that, if there's enough evidence to back it up, those would be theoretical criminal charges against Ye.
It'll be interesting to see what happens, if he responds, if there is any sort of criminal investigation, what's ahead. This is definitely one we're going to continue to follow. John Day, thank you for coming on Scandal with us and breaking down.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Thanks for having me.
When the first lawsuit came out, Ye denied all the allegations, and a statement from his team to the LA Times at the time reads in part, quote, "Such behavior is entirely inconsistent with someone who claims to have been sexually harassed or experienced a hostile work environment. It is evident that Ms. Peixoto leveraged her association with Ye and his company and her proximity to him to seek material gains, clout, and employment through inappropriate means. Her initial attempt at a lawsuit for unlawful termination gained no media traction, leading her to fabricate headlines following threats of blackmail and extortion." And again, that is a statement from the initial filing, 2024. Here we are in 2025. Haven't heard much from Ye or his team yet, so we'll keep our eyes out for any updates there, any more developments. And in the meantime, please subscribe to our Scandal channel. It's scandalous news.
Okay, y'all, I gotta go. I will see y'all on the other side. Okie dokie. Thank you. Hold on. Let me see how long I've been on here. Whew. Hold on. Let me see. I've been neglecting here for a couple of days. Oh, okay. Let me get 6 more minutes. Hold on. I got 6 more minutes to go. 6 minutes? 6 minutes? 6 minutes? Auntie Fee, you gone. 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 Dun, bum, 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 bum. Okay, so what else? What else we got? Shannon Sharp. Let's do Shannon.
Not sure if you saw the news, but Fox News.
Yeah, because his person,
Trump responded and
his accuser.
In a $50 million rape.
Can y'all hear?
Lawsuit, Shannon Sharp's legal counsel showed up, but the plaintiff's legal team, not so much. At a first court appearance in a $50 million rape and abuse lawsuit, Shannon Sharp's legal counsel showed up, but the plaintiff's legal team, not so much.
Where they do that at?
Raises some serious questions about the future of a case already loaded with explosive allegations.
How you didn't show up?
Drama. We are going to break down how all of this unfolded, what could come next in a lawsuit that is tangled in celebrity controversy, and what we should be thinking about as we talk next moves for Shannon Sharp. At a first court appearance in a $50 million rape and abuse lawsuit, Shannon Sharp's legal counsel showed up, but the plaintiff's legal team, not so much. The surprise no-show raises some serious questions about the future of a case already loaded with explosive allegations and high-stakes drama.
She was a no-show.
This unfolded, what could come next in a lawsuit that is tangled in celebrity controversy, and what we should be thinking about as we talk next moves for Shannon Sharp. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The first hearing in the explosive $50 million civil lawsuit against Pro Football Hall of Famer Shannon Sharp took an unexpected twist on July 9th, 2025, and that is when apparently
shout out to Sidebar
representing the plaintiff showed up at the Clark County District Court out in Nevada. Unusual, potentially damaging.
Oh, I don't know.
That, but you have to start asking questions
about
the direction, maybe the stability of a lawsuit that's delivered more than its
I think so.
Surprises since first grabbing the headlines several months ago. Now, before we dive into the latest developments, got to do a little bit of a rewind here. So the lawsuit that was filed on April 20th, 2025 by prominent Houston attorney Tony Busby on behalf of an anonymous woman in her 20s contains graphic allegations against the former NFL tight end turned media superstar Shannon Sharp. And the complaint alleges that Sharp engaged in what is essentially a pattern of sexual violence and psychological abuse during what began as a consensual relationship with the plaintiff, who, by the way, is apparently more than 30 years his junior. According to court documents, the plaintiff met Sharp at a Los Angeles gym when she was just 19 years old, and the lawsuit claims that Sharp, quote, incessantly pursued the young woman, demanding her phone number, eventually asking her to visit his home. And most disturbingly, possibly, is the filing alleges that Sharp required this woman to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, before their first meetings, although this request is something she repeatedly refused. Now, the relationship, according to her, allegedly turned abusive, verbally screaming at or berating her, violent sexual episodes, control. But the most graphic allegation describes Sharp allegedly sexually assaulting and raping her, including ignoring her screams and refusing to wear a condom. Now, the lawsuit also claims that Sharp secretly recorded their intimate encounters, shared the videos without her consent. But maybe the most chilling aspect of this are the alleged threats that were captured in audio recordings that were released by Tony Buzbee. In fact, in one clip, a voice identified as Sharp's can be heard saying, "If you say that word one more time, I'm gonna bleep and choke the bleep out of you when I see you." Now, the woman, allegedly the plaintiff in the case, then can be heard saying she doesn't want that, while the voice resembling Sharp responds, "Yes, you do. I don't think you have a choice in the matter." So it becomes a question, do you take that literally? Or, I think the other way of looking at it from the defense's point of view would be, this is role-playing of some kind. Well, Sharp has adamantly denied all the allegations through his attorney, or one of his attorneys, Lanny Davis, who called the lawsuit, quote, a classic definition of blackmail. And the former NFL star took to Instagram shortly after the lawsuit became public, posting a video where he called the allegations, quote, a shakedown, promised to fight back aggressively, quote, what they're getting is sued, Sharp declared in the since-deleted post. And he even suggested that Buzbee planned to release edited portions of a sex tape and challenged him to release the full recording.
This is a shakedown. That video should actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about, and I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
So now let's talk a little law here. So typically, defendants in lawsuits, in federal lawsuits, are given 21 days to respond with an answer once they're provided the summons and complaint. An answer being where they go through the allegations in the complaint line by line, paragraph by paragraph, and they admit, deny, say they don't have enough information. It's a response. And, you know, what's interesting about this is, according to reporting from the New York Post, it doesn't seem that Sharp has legally responded as of yet. Can't really confirm that, but that's what the reporting seems to suggest. And we'll talk more about that when we get into it. But first, I want to bring on a special guest to help me break down the latest, including what happened in this hearing. I am joined by sports attorney Dan Lust, professor, New York Law School. Good to see you, my friend. Thanks for taking the time.
Always good to see you, Jesse. Happy to help.
Thanks. So what are the typical timelines for a high-profile civil lawsuit like this to progress from filing to resolution? Am I right that it's 21 days to respond? I mean, is it typical? How does it work for people who don't know how civil lawsuits typically work?
Yeah, I mean, this is like law school basics, right? We're talking about how a lawsuit started, right? There's the filing of the complaint, there's the service of the complaint. So, you know, certainly depends on what court you're in, what state you're in, but generally, right, once you are served with the complaint, sometimes you have 21 days, sometimes you add some more time if it's personal service versus a mailing, right? But either way, once a commencement papers are started, you have a set amount of days to respond to that. Otherwise, you risk being held in default, either by plaintiff's counsel's motion, or sometimes, right, particularly in federal court, something like sua sponte, right? And that's a fun Latin term where the judge themselves decides to hold you in default. So it is somewhat odd, and I know, Jesse, there's probably more questions than answers. We get to this hearing, and we have no response from defendant, but we also have a no-show from plaintiff. So it's not really your typical setting how we're starting this debate, and in this case, a very high-profile case. But I wouldn't say this is following the normal playbook, so to speak.
By the way, as we're talking about a big lawsuit like this, how could I not talk about experts in the litigation field? Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest claim from your phone in just 8 clicks and everything, from signing contracts to uploading documents. And this was filed in April. I mean, we're already in July. We would say 21 days, 30 days. I didn't see anything. Yeah, I didn't see anything about him getting some sort of extension. He might have. But what would be the reason to not prepare an answer? And would there be a situation where the court says, we're going to allow the case to go forward. You know, you're not in default. Just file an answer as soon as you can. I mean, it just seems strange that based on the reporting, I think it was from the New York Post a few days ago, that they said there was no legal response yet. Can you give any insight into that?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I tell my clients, right, like the wheels of justice turn very slowly, and sometimes you don't really have an answer, right? And sometimes just, hey, what is stopping these attorneys from just kind of pushing the case out indefinitely? So behind the scenes, you know, judges are graded on their own rubrics about how quickly they're adjudicating cases. So no judge is in the business of just allowing a case to be, we'll say, extended indefinitely. And judges, part of their job, in addition to getting a decision on the merits or pushing the parties toward a settlement, is to push the parties in some direction and not just kind of lay out there. And Jesse, just, I guess, like strategically, when Lanny Davis came onto the case, he came in very aggressively. And I know we spent a lot of time in our last conversation talking about I guess, making public of certain settlement negotiations. But Lanny Davis also said that Sharp was going to go on the aggressive with his own defamation case. So, you know, I just from the initial posturing of the case, Sharp is not taking an aggressive standpoint. Quite the contrary. He's just kind of playing wait and see, I guess, for lack of a better term. So, you know, if people have questions as to why Sharp and his legal team, and I think there's some new lawyers involved now, it's certainly a changing of the strategy, which on day one was let's go 100 miles per hour, let's go on the offensive. And now when you don't really file an answer, it's safe to say you're not even playing defense. You're just kind of doing nothing.
Is that typical in the sense, like, you could say, okay, well, there's a change in circumstances, we're going to come off aggressive first, but, you know, things can change. It's not necessarily that there was a mistake made with that comment. I mean, there could be a situation where you say thing one day and then there's a change in circumstances the next, right? I mean, it is, I hear exactly what you're saying, and I believe Lonnie Davis had talked about how Shannon Sharp had rejected a settlement offer, and like you said, we talked about that, was that wise to make that public? But I guess there could be maybe just a reason why there seems to be a change?
I mean, I'll give you my best guess, right? So it looks like Lanny Davis, for we'll say best case scenario, is one of now a number of lawyers involved on Sharp's side. So it could be, right, you have new representation, they want to slow things down, they want to just change the gear, right? The other, just I want to throw this out there, and again, you and I are trying to make sense of what is pretty much a barren docket at this point. Why, and certainly on the plaintiff side, people are not, this is not a foreign concept. Plaintiff's attorneys in a case like this will generally work off of some contingency, so they'll get paid assuming plaintiff side wins, right? They're not generally working off of a billable hour system. Very different on the defense side, where defense counsel are getting paid by the hour, right? Billable hours. So if Sharp's side were to take an aggressive standpoint on a defense case, for the most part, again, we're not aware of what Sharp's arrangement is here, but you'd be paying attorneys by the hour to take an aggressive standpoint on that defense. Now, hypothetically, Jesse, let's say the parties, since you and I last spoke, right, the end of April, beginning of May, whenever that was, let's say the parties have made some additional traction towards settlement. And as Sharp's lawyer, Davis, said, at one point they were making some progress. So let's say over the last 2 months or so, they've made some progress. That would be a reason to slow down these court proceedings. So Sharp's side is not racking up the legal hours, speeding a case along in terms of starting the process of discovery and getting a deposition schedule, and maybe they're having some real substantive momentum of moving this forward. That's also a plausible explanation, and it's not just changing of the guard. It could be some progress is being made behind the scenes that you and I wouldn't see.
Well, let's talk about it, because let's go to this hearing. So Judge Anna Albertson presided over what should have been a routine meeting for the civil suit that is obviously made national headlines since it was filed in April, but instead, the hearing became notable for who wasn't there. Any legal representation for the anonymous female plaintiff accusing the 57-year-old media personality of sexual assault, battery, intentional infliction of emotional distress, only one attorney appeared in that downtown Las Vegas courtroom. There was Robert DeMarco, who's representing Sharp's legal team, which, by the way, is primarily composed of New York-based lawyers. And DeMarco explained to Judge Albertson that other attorneys on Sharp's team, they were currently handling cases out of state, so he was there. Now, the defense requested a 45-day extension to review the case's progress, which the judge granted, despite, and this was interesting, despite expressing surprise that Sharp's team wasn't pushing for a quicker resolution, meaning like a settlement. So the next hearing is now scheduled for September 3rd. Dan, a lot to make here. How on earth is it possible that an attorney for the plaintiff doesn't show up? How unusual is that? Is there a significant reason why that would happen? I can't imagine it's strategic. You got to show up to court. Well, what's going on here? Does it say, wait a second, maybe this, I mentioned the word stability. Does it give you questions about the stability of this case?
Ever wonder what the Social Security tax is? In this edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax, we'll explore
of this case.
Stability, viability, I mean, we can say that, but again, let's just play it like if a plaintiff's attorney doesn't show up to a case that they've commenced, right? They've made these big public statements, the case is out there, and you just no-show. And I understand maybe the attorneys are out of town, whatever else. There is, at least as far as I can tell, no tactical or
what about somebody
to making yourself look bad
from your firm?
And we're not aware of this. There would be possible there were conversations between the lawyers to maybe adjourn the appearance if you couldn't be available. It's possible, but strategically, I can't see the reason for not showing up if you're the plaintiff side. Now that's, I guess, step one, right? I don't have the answer to that. It could be, right, in my second scenario I laid out for you, that they're getting close on settlement and they don't need to move things along with the judge. It's possible. And I guess, Jesse, before I move on to the other part of this, if the sides are working towards some type of resolution, neither side, and they think it's plausible, they're making some real progress, it behooves both sides to get a discovery schedule from the judge that would set up these set dates that they have to accommodate by in the exchange of discovery and whatnot. So that would kind of put the gas pedal on the commencement of the case in real settings with the judge. So that seems to line up that defense counsel would say, hey, no big deal, plaintiff's not here, let's kick this out 45 days. Because alternatively, right, if there's no settlement progress and the parties aren't on the same page, if I'm accused, like Lanny Davis mentioned, of a completely frivolous case and this whole thing is defamatory, I am kicking and screaming that plaintiffs who commenced this case couldn't take the time to show up for the initial hearing. I mean, we didn't hear that from Sharp side. So I think it's, again, we're trying to make sense of what we have here. It seems that both parties are on the same page, or else, defense counsel didn't create a clean record as to this inexcused absence from plaintiff's side, which should have been cause for concern.
I think you make a really fair analysis of what might be going on. I agree with you. You think it was interesting that the judge even said, you want to push this out more? I mean, the judge even said there seemed to be a surprise that it's not being resolved. Does that give you a sense of where the judge's head is regarding maybe what's happening behind the scenes, but also maybe the merits of the case or the substance of the case?
Well, yeah, and let's not just say it was kicked for 45 days is a long time, right? You go in front of federal judges and you ask for an extension, right? I was in court somewhat recently and we asked for an extension of a preliminary conference, very similar to what's going on here. And the judge, federal court judge, said, no, not doing that. Come to court and explain to me why you needed kicked. So 45 days is a long period of time for the adjournment too. It's not 7 days, it's not a week. It's not, hey, judge, we're working it, we'll come right back. Defense counsel pushing this out 45 days to make up for plaintiff's counsel not being there is also worth paying attention to. I would say maybe a week, 2 weeks, tops 30 days. 45 days gives you a signal that the parties are in no rush to proceed on this. And again, I'm just looking at what Lanny Davis, the initial counsel for Sharp, said on here. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to file for defamation. We haven't seen those, and we don't really see a pushing of the pedal in this case. So my spider sense is going off that the parties are in some type of communication working towards resolution. Again, not confirmed, but that's what the breadcrumbs seem to say.
You think it'd be advantageous for Shannon Sharp to settle this lawsuit after the comments that were made, after his defense, after what he's being accused of? Do you think from a legal point of view and a career point of view and a PR point of view, it would make sense to settle the case?
It's tough to say, right? There will be a public that goes out and says any type of settlement, even if it's a no-pay settlement, even if there's no admission of guilt and there's some public statement that we settled it just to move on, there will be a good portion of the public that will view this as being an admission of guilt, even if it's not. So for Sharp's career, that's very public focused and media focused. You wouldn't recommend a settlement on a case you have no liability on. But as we know from Sharp's side, and this was, I remember, Jesse, you and I spoke about this initially, for Sharp's side to admit that they themselves were offering millions of dollars to settle the case, that plaintiff side was refusing, tells you, right, that they wanted to settle this. So it's not really what I think is, or what you think is wise or unwise. Sharp's own legal representatives are out there saying that they have had previously millions of dollars in authority to settle the case. So he kind of has to eat that fact. And this is again me, I didn't understand the logic behind it at the time. That type of admission that we're trying to settle this case as a 7-figure plus valuation. And shortly after that lawyer made those statements public to the world, that's when Sharp had to step aside from ESPN. So even the entertainment of settlement seemed to distance himself from ESPN. So that's why we have very mixed messaging from Sharp's camp as a whole. And I think what's best for his career would be to fight these tooth and nail on the merits, especially after your lawyer came out and said this was defamatory.
And think about who he's going up against, because let's talk for a second about the plaintiff's choice of attorney, which has added just another layer of intrigue to this case. We're talking about Tony Buzbee, gained national attention for representing, more than 20 women in sexual misconduct cases against NFL quarterback Deshaun Watson. He's also filed lawsuits against Sean Diddy Combs, famously pursued a then dropped case against Jay-Z that resulted in the rapper countersuing. And on his Instagram announcing the Sharp lawsuit, Buzbee had written, "I'm extremely proud to represent Jane Doe. It takes a great deal of courage to stand up against those with power, fame, and money. I look forward to pressing this case in court." But Buzbee's absence at the July 9th hearing, seemingly without an explanation or local counsel appearing on his behalf. I mean, this is just based on what we're seeing in the reporting. Maybe there's something else going on as we're talking about. It certainly could raise eyebrows. So Dan, when you think about his involvement in this case, how does that factor everything in?
Struggling with paperwork for a death certificate? Say no more. Vital Records Online has your back.
So Dan, when you think about his involvement in this case, how does that factor everything in?
Well, it's funny you said that, right? Like, I'm looking forward to pressing this case. And again, we're talking about what Sharp's representative said on day one, what they're doing today. Buzbee is saying, I'm looking forward to pressing this case. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jesse, impossible to press the case if you don't show up to court and the case gets kicked.
I didn't even need to go to New York Law School to know that. Yep.
Yeah. You see my eyebrows? They're raised. They're very high. They're not like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson raised, but they're up here. I mean, to put it bluntly, if you don't show up for court and it becomes a public record that you didn't show up to court, and you as the client are not aware that your lawyer planned not to show up for court if there was some settlement, it is seemingly a fireable offense. Like, your job is to advance the case to get me paid, and you didn't show up. So, if Buzbee is off the case, right, if we see some type of substitution of counsel on the record, that would be very interesting. But the fact that we have not yet, and again, it's only been a couple days since it happened, tells you that this was probably some coordinated effort. Again, you and I are sitting here trying to make sense of what is otherwise a barren docket on an extremely high-profile case involving one of the more high-profile plaintiffs' lawyers and one of the most high-profile sports media figures. And we have a docket that has basically no progress since April. So that, again, unless we're just dealing with an anomaly, like a big elephant in the sports law sense, there's something cooking behind the scenes that is not certainly publicly available.
One more thing I wanted to address. I want to just talk real quick about the media fallout. The allegations have already impacted Sharp's really successful media empire. Now, he temporarily stepped away from ESPN, but he continued his podcast, the popular Shay Shay program, the Nightcap podcast. And again, this was all following the lawsuit's filing, although to be clear, no network has formally severed ties with him. And fellow sports media personality Stephen A. Smith addressed the situation in a 20-minute YouTube video titled "My Thoughts on the Shannon Sharp Situation," calling it a sad situation. He was carefully walking the line between supporting his friend and acknowledging the seriousness of the allegations. Here's what he had to say.
It's a sad situation. Shannon Sharp is somebody I work with a couple of days a week. Shannon Sharp is somebody that I brought to ESPN. We've grown close as friends. I'm sincerely hopeful and prayerful that he is completely innocent of the allegations that have been levied against him. I can't sit here and speak to his innocence or guilt.
And the case also hangs over Sharp's professional future, because before the lawsuit, he was reportedly negotiating a $100 million deal for his podcast network. And those talks appear on the outset to be on hold pending resolution of the legal situation. So Dan, when we talk about what's at stake for him here and his reputation, what are your just initial thoughts about it?
Yeah, certainly it's going to have a hit on we'll say the type of audience that would otherwise listen to Shannon, right? ESPN, nobody, again, not a secret, anybody's owned by Disney, and it shouldn't be a surprise where Disney parts ways, vis-a-vis ESPN with someone like Shannon. You could say it's temporary, you could say it's permanent, we'll figure this out. ESPN has certainly given people second chances, but the nature of these allegations are assuming they're true, assuming they're established, are very dark, and you wouldn't second guess ESPN for not bringing someone like that back. That said, in this day and age, in this media culture, Shannon has something very special, right? He has continued to produce content for the Club Shay Shay podcast, a very successful YouTube channel, and he is seemingly, in his own way, he's become his own boss. I'm not sure if he's going to quite get the valuations he was before this dispute, but he's still garnering a very large audience on his own YouTube channel. And in this day and age, some people, again, for better or for worse, are uncancelable because they are their own boss. And if they put out content and the public still has an appetite for it, they can still exist and make money on their own channels. But for a wider distribution via Fox or NBC or ESPN, they might not want to take a chance on an outside individual, right? Same kind of conversations that were happening with Pat McAfee once upon a time, who remains with ESPN. No stranger to controversies. They pop up every so often, but Pat is his own animal and commands his own audience. So if one day Pat got fired from ESPN, he could have his own Pat McAfee YouTube channel and I'm sure do very, very well as a complete independent. So that's what Shannon has to weigh. It's a different culture than maybe we had 20, even maybe 10 years ago, where people did not have their own channels. And Jesse, you mentioned something interesting about someone like Stephen A., right, who hasn't had the same level of controversy of a Shannon or a Pat McAfee. Stephen A., while at ESPN, is building up these own channels, be it on YouTube or on social media. So it allows maybe a larger net for someone of that status to fall and land and be their own boss. So it's a different media culture we're looking at in 2025.
Dan Lust, thanks for making sense of it. All of this, sometimes what doesn't make sense, you make sense of it for us. Thank you so much. Good seeing you. Really appreciate you taking the time.
My pleasure, Jesse. Anytime.
And that's all we have for you right now.
Okay, y'all. That's all I got. I see you on the other side. I'm gone this time. Bye-bye.